finally playoff time as the Prowlers have a new opponent in the Blue Ridge Bobcats on the road for game number 1. Good evening, everybody. Will Wiggleman here with you at Hitachi Energy Arena in Wytheville, Virginia. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Tonight we will see a pair of teams that had seasons that won't be soon forgotten. But in less than a week, one of them will be headed home and done for the year, thus the cruelty of playoff hockey. But there is nothing better. This best-of-3 series starts here in Virginia on this Wednesday night, and then we'll ship to Port Huron Friday night and Saturday if necessary. In just a few minutes, we will get the first puck drop in the FPHL's 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs. This is a Federal Prospects Hockey League authorized telecast of the Commissioner's Cup playoffs right here on the PHP Network.
Is that him?
Look over there, it's Bob. Wow, just look at that hair. Ever since he started getting his stuff from Global, the guy's unstoppable.
So that's what confidence can do?
That's just not fair.
Oh my goodness, it's Bob! Bob! Bob!
Give me the phone. I'm calling Global Pharmacy Plus for myself.
Welcome back to Hitachi Energy Arena, live ahead of game number 1 of this quarterfinal matchup between the Port Huron Prowlers and the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Will Wiggleman here to take you through it on the PHP Network. It's going to be an exciting one. We've been waiting for playoff time for quite a while, and for most of the season it looked like it would be the Prowlers and the Topeka Scarecrows in round 1, but instead a late surge from the Blue Ridge Bobcats has put them in the 3rd spot in the Empire Division, and that is the matchup we get tonight. Take a look back at the entire regular season series for these two teams. Lucas Lockney and Michael Mercurio with 7 points apiece in the 6-game regular season series between the Prowlers and the Bobcats. Port Huron won 4 of the 6 games, including both games at home. They split 2 series here in Virginia in November, on November 7th and the 8th, and November 21st and 22nd. And those games kind of mirrored each other, each team with a last-minute game winner in the first weekend, and then in the second one, each team held its opponent to 1 goal while putting up 4 to 5, and that was the split. And then the Prowlers won a tight one at home on December the 19th before blowing out the Bobcats 7-1 in the season series finale. Reed Cooper played all 6 games of this season series. Meanwhile, the Prowlers outshot the Bobcats 5 out of the 6 games. Anthony Schrum on the other side was busy. That is your goaltending matchup this evening. So we take one last look at the Empire Division standings for this season. You see our 4 playoff teams up there. The Scarecrows and Black Bears will be getting underway about half an hour after this one drops the puck. Only Empire Division games tonight in the FPHL as we kick off the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs, as the Danbury Hat-Tricks and Watertown Wolves both missed the playoffs for the first time in franchise history. The Indiana Sentinels also missing the playoffs in their inaugural season. Scarecrows in their inaugural season make the playoffs for the first time, and the Bobcats, for the first time, don't have to play a wild card game. There is no wild card games in the FPHL this season, as they went away from that after 1 year. But let's take a look at the entire bracket for the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. As we look at both sides of the ledger, the Black Bears and the Scarecrows, Prowlers and Bobcats on the one side, and then on the other side, the Athens Rock Lobsters ended up winning the Continental Division in the final weekend of the regular season to earn the right to take on the PD Ice Cats in round number 1. Meanwhile, the Monroe Moccasins, who are without Austin Albrecht and limped to the finish line of the regular season, have to face off against the Columbus River Dragons, and that could be a very, very tight series as Columbus struggled out of the gate, but they've looked very, very good throughout the rest of the year. Let's take a look at some players that we'll want to watch throughout this series, but starting off tonight, and over on the Blue Ridge side, it's Michael Mercurio, who in his playoff career has 3 goals, 2 assists, and 5 points in 10 games. He won a Commissioner's Cup in 2022 with the Watertown Wolves. Mercurio, 2 points in 3 playoff games last year after hitting career highs in games played, assists, and points in the regular season this year. On the other side for the Prowlers, Bobby Price was a collegiate signing last year, and the Prowlers fans know how important collegiate signings are. All he did once he got to the playoffs was lead the FPHL in goals with 5 in the 6 games, and we'll see if he gets red hot again in the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Price finished the regular season on a 7-game point streak. Let me take a look at where Bobby Price will slot into this Prowlers lineup tonight, and this will be the first time that we see this exact lineup on the ice, as Prowlers have been resting guys over the past few weeks. So it will be Grayson Dietrich, Reggie Millette, and Jamie Bucell as the top line. Dietrich and Millette, of course, played together briefly in college at American International. Dietrich, one of those NCAA Division I collegiate signings by the Prowlers. He is out of Niagara University, where he spent the last 2 years. Price will be alongside Vinny DeCumbis and Ryan Alexander. Alexander slots into Blake Anderson's spot. Unfortunately for the Prowlers, they do not have Anderson, at least for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, after an injury sustained when the Prowlers were in Binghamton a couple of weeks ago. But Alexander brings a lot of those same characteristics that Blake Anderson has. He has a ton of speed, and is the type of guy that can play the same kind of pace that Price and DeCumbis are used to playing alongside Blake Anderson. So Ryan Alexander will get to play center with those two as DeCumbis moves over to the wing. Lucas Lockney, Matt Graham, Austin Federley, and Artu Hakala round out the forward lines, and I expect Hakala to rotate in through that third line throughout tonight's game. That's how they were doing it during practice this week. But Federley gets to move back to his natural forward position after playing much of the season on defense. You saw how dangerous Federley can be when he's playing his natural position. He had 3 points in the Friday win over the Watertown Wolves last week. Defense pairings were going to be very interesting coming into this one, because the Prowlers had 7 defensemen who absolutely earned the opportunity to be on the ice for game number 1 of the playoffs, but you can only play 6 unless you play a forward short, which is not advised. So the Prowlers have gone with John Larkin and Nick Favaro as the top pairing, Alex Johnson and Brett Lockhart as your second pairing. That is a heck of a top 4 if you're the Port Huron Prowlers. One of their best top 4s that they've had in quite a while. Again, Larkin, another one of those NCAA Division I signings out of Mercyhurst University. Alexander was the third out of Colorado College. And then the third pairing, Tim Morgan and Ben Brockway, gets the game 1 nod here tonight. Reed Cooper back between the pipes for the Prowlers as expected in game 1. I had a chance to chat with Prowlers associate head coach Chris Poland following morning skate earlier today. With Prowlers associate head coach Chris Paulin following morning skate ahead of Game 1 against the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Coach, this is a team that you haven't seen since December. What's the challenges of scouting a team that you haven't played in quite a while?
Same as every other team. You watch a lot of film. It's a good team we're playing tonight. They present quite a few challenges. They have a good group. They've been playing really well lately. And I think we know how to attack them.
What have you seen from that winning streak, the things that they found successful that you think that you guys are able to defend?
Well, they have a really good forward group that likes to play out in transition. So if they can build speed through the middle of the ice, create some odd man rushes, they're dangerous. So we have a plan of how to prevent that and how to counter.
And then offensively, where are you looking to attack, especially on the power play?
Yeah, no, we have a few different looks. I'm not going to say too much, but we have a plan of how we're going to attack. Special teams are very, very important, as they are in any hockey game. So we know how we're going to attack and what looks we're looking for tonight.
The lineup that we're going to see tonight, is this going to be a lineup that we've ever seen with your team yet?
The lineup that we have tonight, first off, could be different next night, right? So it's a playoffs, it's a short series. Things happen quickly. The lineup we have tonight, we're very excited with the group we have going. We have 18 dogs in the lineup. Really excited for the challenge. The boys are fired up, have been fired up for the last week and a half as we've been preparing. I expect a big night out of this group.
All right, thank you, Coach.
You got it.
And that was Prowlers associate head coach Chris Paulin. As I chatted with him earlier today, you see Puss in Boots, the mascot for the Blue Ridge Bobcats. I don't think that's his actual name, but that's what I'm calling him. Getting out to hype up the crowd here at Hitachi Energy Arena. It's going to be a very interesting series with the matchups that we have. And you know, the Bobcats like to move in transition. They like to do a lot of their scoring on the rush. They like to get out and move with the puck up ice and get things set up more than setting up in the offensive zone. They're not as much of a dump and chase team as the Port Huron Prowlers can be. So that will be an interesting matchup. Those speedy Blue Ridge forwards with the Prowlers defense. We'll see if Port Huron can slow them down and keep them off the rush. And then on the other side for Port Huron, lots of size on this Blue Ridge Bobcats defense core. Can they try and get around those guys, use their speed, and try and, again, get around those Blue Ridge defenders? I mean, there's plenty of speed on the Port Huron side as well. We talked about the Price, Tecumseh, and Alexander line. Reggie Millette can certainly bring a lot of speed as well. And, you know, the Prowlers have had some success in this building. So you take a look at Ryan Alexander there, still looking for his first pro goal, but you know, he's a guy that's like, once he gets his first, you know, it feels like he could be getting a few in quick order. But you know, Nick Favaro has a hat trick in this building, and all three of those goals were power play goals, and we know how important special teams becomes at this time of the year. So we'll see if that becomes a factor as well. Well, the Prowlers and Meyer are combining for the Goals for Good program. For every goal the Prowlers score this season, Meyer is going to send money to help bring meals to families in need in our community. So far this season, the Prowlers and Meyer have helped deliver over 11,500 meals to families in our community. And I think it's about time to take you down to ice level for tonight's national anthem as they get set here at Hitachi Energy Arena for our quarterfinal matchup between the Prowlers and the Bobcats. goes that for an electric national anthem to begin the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs. We welcome you if you're tuning in as a Prowlers fan, a Bobcats fan, or a fan of any other team around the league who is waiting for their team to start the playoffs, or if your team is finished. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let's take a look at tonight's Orthopedic Associates starting lineup for the Prowlers. That Price Alexander to Cumbus line gets the start up front. Brockway and Larkin on the back end. And the man you see there in the goal crease, Reed Cooper, will be in net here tonight. We take a look at our starting goaltending matchup, powered by Harrison Metal Fab. Cooper finished second in the FPHL in goals against average, save percentage, and shutouts. 23 wins this season, tied for the second most by a Prowlers goaltender in franchise history. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anthony Schrum came in as a collegiate signing last year. He took the crease this year. You see the numbers there on the screen. He started 32 of the Bobcats' 53 games this season. They're ready to go here in Wytheville. Game number 1. It will be the Alexander line against Daniel Martin's line for the Bobcats. And the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs are officially underway. It's the Prowlers who get the first touch. It's Martin who is able to dump it into Port Huron's end. Larkin slid it ahead, comes all the way to the point. Philip Lovak with a shot deflected, and a save made by Cooper as Martin got his stick on an early chance. Denver Craig whips it up top. D-to-D pass. Martin gets his stick, or Price gets his stick on Lovak. It's wrapped all the way around, and DeCumbus stops it and slides it ahead to Alexander. Ryan Alexander turns the corner, gets the red line and wraps it around. Prowlers getting their first change of the night. Grayson Dietrich in on the forecheck. Couldn't control the puck. Lovak with a pass up. Puck picked up by Demid Podrazov, number 86. Podrazov stick handles in 1-on-5. Waits for help. Has it off the bench and they score! Nikita Kazirev, 55 seconds in. The Bobcats are on the board first. And you could not have drawn up a better start for Blue Ridge. And we talked about how much the Bobcats like to get up on the rush. All the Prowlers get caught puck watching, and Kazirev off the bench, able to walk in and rip the first goal of the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Well, the Prowlers play from behind, as they did both games 1 and 3 against the Danbury Hat-Tricks last season. In their quarterfinal round, Prowlers ended up winning both of those games and the series. So not an unfamiliar spot for the Prowlers. Nick Favaro back for it. Andrioli quickly through the middle of the ice. Stuckless sells it down in the corner. Pitchforks around to the near side. Big Carson Andrioli takes a check from Tim Organ. Taken in at the point. Rosenbaum, D-to-D. Alvo off the back wall, caromed out in front. And Cooper's net came off, so they blow it dead. And we will get a whistle and a face-off. 1-0 Bobcats, as they got off and running early on a goal by Nikita Kazirev. Demid Podrazov and Denis Radchenko picking up the assists. Referees tonight are Brian Pincus and Kenny Moniz. The linesmen Jason Messamore and Scott Kitts. Face off to Cooper's left. Carson Gallagher and Matt Graham in for it. Martin, the Bobcats captain, twisting and turning down the wall. Gallagher behind the net, lost it to Organ. Trying to push it ahead to the captain Federley. That didn't work. Bobcats continue the pressure in Prowler end. Craig knocked down by Lockney. Port Huron looks to push out, and they do. Federley chips it off the boards, takes a bump from Erickson. Prowler's getting a full change going as Dietrich's line steps out. Lovak played it off of Dietrich. Alex Johnson takes in the puck. On to Millette as Johnson was knocked down by Craig. Millette turned it over. Here comes Gallagher trying to dance through, and Johnson with a good defensive play. Lockhart ahead to Bucell. Pitch off the boards for Millette with skating room. Here comes Reggie Millette. Millette drops the shoulder to the net, and he couldn't tuck it around Schrum. Millette and Schrum collided. Both ended up in the corner. Both seem to be all right. Lockhart back in his own end. Headman feed for Dietrich. Tried to pass off for Millette. Puck ends up going deep, and Schrum able to cover it off the carom from the corner boards. 1-0 Bobcats. 2:45 gone in game one. And in case you missed it, Nikita Kazirev has the only goal so far. Prowlers got caught on their heels early in this one, but now they have the offensive zone face-off. It's Ryan Alexander against Michael Mercurio, who we'll see a lot of. He leads Bobcats forwards in ice time, according to Instat. Quick shot off the draw was blocked. Out comes Kazirev. Kazirev stops up on the half wall. He sends it all the way down and around. One-handed through by Larkin. St. Pierre back in his own end. Watched by DeCumbus. Timothy St. Pierre, who started this season in Germany's 4th division, made that pass ahead. DeCumbus gets there ahead of St. Pierre, popped off the wall. Alexander has Price, got it to him, and what a save by Schrum. Bobby Price led the playoffs in goals last year with 5, and Anthony Schrum kept him from his first of these playoffs. Oregon looks ahead. Now he'll skate with it. Tried to get it through to Lockney. That was blocked by Justin Daly. Now Stuckless slams on the brakes, takes the shot, swallowed up, and covered by Reed Cooper. A good chance down at the other end for Port Huron. First shot of the night was a dangerous one. Alexander outweighting the sliding Blue Ridge defenseman. Oh, that wasn't even a save for Schrum. Price just misfired. So we had a face-off deep in Port Huron's end. Sent up top, Rosenbaum with a wrister. Knocked down by Cooper as he had traffic right in front. A couple players go tumbling in the corner. Rosenbaum, D to D to Alvo. His shot was blocked. Rosenbaum now on his backhand, chased by Hakala. Brett Lockhart takes over. Pass goes off a stick, lands on the near side as Lockhart was dumped. Here comes Matt Graham, waiting for help. Graham floats it across, looking for Dietrich, just a step too far. Now Stuckless, right up the gut. To the left wing side, Alvo sells it down, sent it through to the middle of the ice. Lands in the near side corner. Gallagher trying to dance his way to the net. Graham takes the puck from him. Favaro, headman feed, only found Flavak. Denver Craig looks to wheel in. Second stint with the Bobcats this season for Craig. He played with the Indiana Sentinels as well for a bit. Craig floats it down low. Martin tried a quick back pass in front that was cut off by Favaro. Dietrich hands off for Bucell. Now Millette left wing side. Back through to Bucell. Diving play. Couldn't get a good stick on it. Then Bucell went flying into the net. And we will get a whistle and a face-off here. I believe the face-off is going to come outside of the Bobcats end with Bucell, the one who knocked the net off. Face-off will be in front of the Blue Ridge bench. Take another look at that chance for Bucell. He had to dive out for it. Bucell had 2 assists in 6 playoff games last year in his first Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Mercurio trying to force the puck back away from Alexander. Got it to Radchenko. Tried to float it through. Kazirev spun it to the middle. And a good back check by Alexander to cut that off. Alexander wheeling. Stops up. Got it to Price. Price chasing back after it. Trying to slip past Radchenko. Could not. Podrezov up the near side boards. DeCumbus for Alexander. Prowlers look to regroup. Ben Brockway back to Oregon. He retreats. Sent it up the boards. Price and Mercurio ran into each other. Fans want a call they won't get because neither guy was really looking at the other one. Just some incidental contact, and the Bobcats start to work out of their own end. Daly on the left wing side. Daly chips it in and heads after it. Johnson and Daly come together. Justin Daly won that puck. Tried to swing it behind the net. Lockhart cut it off there. Comes up top. Alvo to Rosenbaum with a drive. Blocked the in. Tight, a great save by Cooper on Stuckless. And now Stuckless has both arms wrapped around Lucas Lockney. No penalty coming there either. And a collision from the Prowler bench between Alvo and Graham. Physicality continuing to ramp up here as Johnson slides it ahead to Federley. Federley slows up. Couldn't slip it down low as Alvo stepped up on him. Puck sent all the way down. Larkin wins the battle with Craig. Ahead to Millette. Cuts to the middle on Martin. Millette delays, wrists it through, comes off the back wall, and a cover for Anthony Schrum, and now some extracurriculars in front. Bucell and Erickson have to be separated, and we'll take a timeout. Nikita Kazirev has the only goal so far. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
This isn't working. LJ, pass me those flyers.
Is there any way?
No look behind the back pass. It's a whole play. I'll say, come on. Gap up. Close the gap. Close the gap. What are we saying? This isn't working. We need a shift change. Let's bring in the professionals.
Hello, I'm home.
There he is.
What is happening?
Relax. We won. They brought back the snack wrap. Spicy or ranch?
Spicy.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Just one little bite.
Can you stop?
Oh, sorry.
Gather your crew. The snack wrap is back.
Back here in Virginia, 1-0 Bobcats, 13:24 left to go in the Munger Physical Therapy first period of game number 1 of this best-of-3 series. Martin and Millette in the face-off circle, and Daniel Martin wins it back clean. Comes around to Gallagher. Has Craig with him, got it there. Craig catches up to the puck, tried to go all the way around, slipped it right through the crease. Martin on the half wall, shooting, and it's stopped by Cooper, but the net was off. And now Martin getting involved with Alex Johnson. Linesmen have to separate them. Everybody's separated, and both teams will change here. Shot 6-3 in favor of the Bobcats in the early going. Alexander and Mercurio on this face-off. Alexander won it back. Favoro wheels the net. Tecumseh slipped it up to Price, kicked off his skate. And now Favoro settles things down. D to Larkin. Larkin all the way up to Tecumseh, and he sends it in. Schrum waits behind his net, pushes it towards Tecumseh. Now Price continues the cycle. Alexander couldn't get it away from Radchenko. And Larkin keeps it at the line, floats it through, and a save made by Schrum. Puck still available. Alexander was knocked down, but Drazov took over. Drazov up to St. Pierre. Bobcats escape. Here's Mercury with a high flip, but into the seats, up out of play. And the faceoff will stay in neutral ice. And we talked about Mike Mercury as a player to watch. tonight. If you want to get an edge in your game, choose Top Cheese Stick Wax, the official wax of the Port Huron Prowlers. Use code Prowlers20 to get 20% off at TopCheeseHockeyWax.com. Off this drop, Rosenbaum up towards Andrioli, pokes it through. Daly trying to hustle to it. Outside shot kicked out by Cooper. Oregon finishes Daly into the boards. Shot to the net, deflected by Stuckless over to the corner. This line, Andrioli, Stuckless, and Daly. Oregon sends it ahead, took a hard hit from Andrioli. Bobcats really trying to establish the physicality early in this series. See if the Prowlers can get some hits of their own. Stuckless, right wing side, sent it through and sticked away by Cooper. Lockhart with some time and space, looks ahead, over to Johnson, and then Lockhart dumped Daly on a little reverse hit. Bucell hustles in to negate the icing. Pinned by Rosenbaum. Bucell got it up top. Johnson to the front of the net. Had Millette there, but a good stick by Daniel Martin, who has the puck now. Got in front of that pass. Martin tried to drop it back for Gallagher. Instead, it's Bucell turning the other way. Bucell delays. Down towards Alexander on the backhand. Couldn't find the target. Alexander hustles back to it. Prowlers look to regroup. Oregon right up the strong side, off the glass, and Lavak flags it down at his own end. Just over 9 minutes gone in period one of game one. Nikita Kazirev has the only goal so far. All kinds of time behind the net for Robin Eriksson. Finally, it's sent ahead. And a delayed penalty here coming against the Prowlers, as Craig got his stick knocked out of his hands by John Larkin. And the Bobcats will get the first power play of the game, as that puck was heading up ice. And a chance to make it a 2-0 lead for Blue Ridge. The Bobcats power play that finished fourth in the FPHL at an even 22%. Went 4 for 25 against the Prowlers this season. That's good for 16%. They get an opportunity here with a 1-0 lead in period one. It's Lavak up top. Wrister through and clutched to the chest by Cooper, and Bavaro knocked down in front. This unit, the top unit for the Bobcats, Lavak, Mercurio, Martin, Stuckless, and Kazirev. And watch Daniel Martin in that bumper spot. He leads the Bobcats with 10 power play goals this season. 10 of his career high 27 this year came on the man advantage. At the top again is Lavak, over to Kazirev. Watched by Price. Lavak wrists it through, and that hit a body, ended up in the corner. Kazirev behind the net, looking for a pass in front. Goes up to Mercurio. Lavak straight away. Waits, shoots, and a save made by Cooper. Kazirev in front. Stuckless couldn't handle it to get a shot away. And now a whistle because the net has come off yet again. Ice is soft here in Virginia. Hopefully they can figure out these nets soon. We'll be right back here on the PHP Network. You're watching the 2026 Commissioners Cup Playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi guys, we just stopped at Industrial Park Marathon to get some fuel and some snacks before the Prowlers game at McMorran.
Nice. Yeah, we just stopped by here at Industrial Park Marathon so I can get a Slurpee before the game.
Wait till after the game. If the Prowlers score 3 or more goals, Slurpees will be free.
Thanks for the info. I'm going to get my Slurpee after, but we'll see you at the Prowlers game.
See you at the game. Go Prowlers!
Back here in Virginia, you see the off-ice crew working on the pegs down behind Reed Cooper. Nets on both sides have continued to come off. It was very sunny and in the 80s today in Wytheville, Virginia. There were even sunspots on the ice during warm-ups through the windows at Hitachi Energy Arena. Those have since gone away. And from what I was told, the arena didn't even turn on the lights until about 4:45 today, just to make sure it stayed as cool in here as possible. Here's Mercurio left wing side for Martin. Bumped it back towards Mercurio. They're having some trouble. Diving play by Lockhart comes to Hlavak. In the middle, kick save and a beauty. Another from Cooper. Lockhart clears. Reed Cooper put out the fire in front with a couple of big pad saves. Halfway through the penalty to Larkin. Both teams have changed up. Alvo or Gallagher. Carson Gallagher had his pocket picked by Hakala, and that gives Johnson a chance to clear, only as far as Alvo. Daly trying to slip around Favaro. Heels back up to the top, Padrizov. Alvo backpedals over to Gallagher with a wrister blocked by Favaro. Johnson trying to control it. That puck is bouncing, ends up on Favaro's tape, but he hit Alvo with the clearing attempt. Alvo walks the line. Mirrored by Bucell. Alvo again. Gallagher and Alvo play catch. Alvo a wrister, and that one's eaten up by Cooper. That may have changed direction on the way through. 13 seconds left on the Bobcats' first power play of the game, and they have a 1-0 lead. Tonight's game 1 being played here in Wytheville, and games 2 and 3 will be in Port Huron on Friday and Saturday night. 7:05 p.m. of course. Game 3 is if necessary. St. Pierre slid it down low to Stuckless. Back up top. Timothy St. Pierre walks in with a shot. Punched away by Cooper. Mercurio centering, feeds Stuckless. Had his second attempt blocked. Millette on it. Larkin is out of the box. The Prowlers survive the penalty. And now they get back to work trying to tie the game. Oregon slid it to Federley fresh off the bench. Kept him moving. Stuckless starts to wheel. Now he'll spin back and go over to Radchenko. As Craig at the Prowler blue line. Martin tried to feed it to Craig. Here comes Gallagher on the loose puck. Gallagher with a shot. Swallowed up by Cooper again as Carson Gallagher was able to maneuver his way into a scoring area. Bobcats all over the Prowlers in this first period. Shots 13-4 Blue Ridge. Bobcats giving the Prowlers fits off the rush. Alexander and Martin on this draw. Martin won it back. Tecumseh able to chip it by one man. Erickson beats Tecumseh to it. Now Tecumseh able to knock down Erickson. Centering feed. Price couldn't get a good stick on it as he was tied up. Erickson back to his skates, just bangs it all the way down. Craig hustling to it. He beats both Prowlers defensemen to the puck. Larkin muscles him off. Johnson trying to dig it free from Craig, who centers! And a big save by Cooper on Martin. Boy, Reed Cooper has been the best Prowler in this first period. Slow start to these playoffs for the Port Huron side. Playoffs with a lot of expectation. Finished second in the Empire Division. Reached 100 points for the first time since 2018. and trying to get through and take that extra step after losing in the semifinals last season. Rosenbaum slid it to Andrioli. Battled for, and Andrioli tried to skate in over left wing side to Daly. Daly knocked down. Sent around towards Graham. Graham to Federley, tap pass Lockney. He just fires the puck down and around. Prowlers need a change here. Daly bumped it back for Stuckless. Trying to spin away from Lockney. Stuckless just slid it out of his own end. Johnson takes the puck in, delaying as his team finishes a change, and Andrioli gets a good piece of Alex Johnson. Millette around the cage. Millette keeps wheeling up top. Turnaround shot, missed the net wide. Tossed ahead, but right into Millette. Mercurio back on it. He's knocked down by Dietrich. Larkin gets to it. John Larkin looking for an outlet. John Larkin looking for an outlet. Pitchforked it ahead. Martin for Craig on his backhand. Turning, finds Levac pinching in. Levac tried to send it to the net. That hit Larkin. 3 Prowlers, 2 Bobcats digging away. Alexander comes away with it. Here comes Larkin. Tried to make a pass off to his left. Good stick by the Bobcats. Larkin instead dumps it around. Schrum behind his net getting a touch. Hands it off for Erickson. Under 5 to play in period 1. Shots 15-5 in favor of the Blue Ridge Bobcats, who came out firing in this one. Gallagher tied up by Graham, who stole the puck, but only for a moment. Daly taken in by Organ. Prowlers able to take it away from Justin Daly as the rest of Daly's team was changing. Federley able to poke it in deep. Rosenbaum takes a hard hit from Hakala. And that's the first big hit the Prowlers have thrown in this game. Millette able to chip it ahead, has Bucell with him, 2-on-1. Millette to Bucell, and he couldn't handle it off his skate. That was a tough pass. Johnson up top. D to D. Lockhart walks in. Back to Johnson. Wrist shot deflected wide. Comes off the back wall. And Stuckless able to rescue it. Stuckless around Dietrich. Here comes Stuckless. Trying to slide in. He's closed off by Lockhart. Millette. Stop up move. Tripped up. Here come the Bobcats. Kazirev cuts in. Kazirev down behind the net to Mercurio. Centering feed knocked away by Lockhart. Johnson to Lockhart. Off the far boards. And St. Pierre takes it in neutral ice. Lockhart one hands it out. Radchenko got it back up to Kazirev. He's harassed by Price. Pedrazov takes over the puck. And now Radchenko. Left wing side, it's St. Pierre. Tried to slide a pass ahead. That hit Alexander's skate. Back comes DeCumbus on a counter. DeCumbus, all the Bobcats were back surrounding him. And Blue Ridge sends a long pass ahead. Tipped in by Craig, so no icing. Cooper leaves it behind his net for Larkin. Right up the strong side. Alexander wheels in. Couldn't dangle through. Ryan Alexander gets back to the puck. Federley chasing behind the net. Spins off of Erickson. Alexander on it. Turning the corner. Knocked off his stick. A shot in tight. Stopped by Schrum. And he covers up the rebound as Lucas Lockney was right there. He got the shot away. And Erickson and Federley having a disagreement relating to their sticks. Still 1-0 Bobcats. Anthony Schrum comes up with a big save there. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi guys, we just stopped at Industrial Park Marathon to get some fuel and some snacks before the Prowlers game at McMorran.
Nice. Yeah, we just stopped by here at Industrial Park Marathon so I can get a Slurpee before the game.
Wait till after the game. If the Prowlers score 3 or more goals, Slurpees will be free.
Thanks for the info. I'm going to get my Slurpee after, but we'll see you at the Prowlers game.
See you at the game. Go Prowlers!
Call Fraser Building at 810-364-2766 or visit FraserBuildingCompany.com for all of your construction needs. From thought to finish, together, we build a home. Matt Graham and the Prowlers trying to build some momentum in the final 2.5 of period number 1. They trail the Bobcats 1-0 in game 1 of this best-of-3 series. This is the first game to drop the puck in the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Binghamton Black Bears and Topeka Scarecrows were scheduled to drop the puck just a few minutes ago. We'll get you updates on that score and much more coming up in the intermission report as Lockney turns a shot on net. That's patted away by Schrum. Andrioli steps by Larkin, working in. Andrioli tried a centering pass, that didn't work. Andrioli back in front, only found Hakala. Good job by Favaro to block that Andrioli pass on the rush. As the Bobcats got a 2-on-1, Graham knocks Rosenbaum down. Stuckless around to Olvo. Daly turning back. Graham throws the body on Daly, kicks out of the zone. Working back in is Johnson, but Graham was too late to exit the offensive end, so offside called against the Prowlers. Well, coming up in the first intermission report right here on the PHP Network, we'll have a preview of all 4 series in the quarterfinals of the Commissioner's Cup playoffs with our Brady Beaton back in our PHP Network studios, FPHL storylines, out-town scores, and more. It's all coming up on the PHP Network. So no matter who you root for while you're tuning in, you'll get to hear all of the previews as we get you set for the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Of course, the Black Bears are searching for their 3rd Commissioner's Cup championship in a row, and everybody else is trying to knock them off the throne. There's Lockhart. Tried to go ahead to Tecumseh, missed him. Also missed St. Pierre, but Tecumseh is going to win the race for icing, so Schrum sends it around to Radchenko. Podrazov trying to get to the cutting Kazirev. Got it there. Johnson on Kazirev. Tried to pop it out to the middle. St. Pierre, the defenseman, in deep. Centering feed, and a good stick by Bucell to keep that from getting through to Mercurio, who is right at the top of the crease. Let's go Bobcats chance coming down from the faithful here. Dietrich chips it in. Dietrich centered out in front. Millette didn't get much on that shot. So he got knocked down, or bumped at least, as he was trying to load it up. Podrazov gave it over to St. Pierre. Cross corner dump. Craig gets to it first. All the way around the net. Craig tried a back pass in front. Comes to Gallagher. Couldn't get a shot off. Gallagher behind the cage. Still with it. Gave it in front. Kick saving a beauty from Reed Cooper on the pinching Robin Erickson. Millette able to get it in. 15 seconds to go in period 1. Federley takes it away. Gallagher looks to skate out, and he will. One last rush for the Bobcats. Slovak fired it in, may have hit Brockway, lands right next to Cooper, and he has to cover up with 1.1 to go in period number 1. Here's the big kick save from Reed Cooper as Prowlers get caught deep again watching the puck, and Erickson came flying down from his defensive position. And a good left pad save there from Cooper. Final face-off brings no more for period number 1. Nikita Kazirev with the only goal of the opening 20. Bobcats with a 1-0 lead. Shots on goal in that frame, 17-9 in favor of Blue Ridge. Plenty for the Prowlers to clean up, but still 40 more minutes left to go in game number 1 of round 1 of the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Well, once again, coming up in the first intermission report right here on the PHP Network, we will take a look at the previews for every single matchup in round number 1 of the playoffs. We'll send it back to Brady Beaton in our PHP Network studios for that. Also take a look at some storylines from around the FPHL, the out-of-town scores, and much more. It's all coming up on the PHP Network. Well, get your playoff tickets now, as the Commissioner's Cup playoffs are coming to McMorran Place. Don't stand in a long line outside of McMorran. Make sure you're in early, and make sure you're one of the first 500 fans in attendance. We are doing a rally towel giveaway for the first 500 fans, and you know what? It takes a little bit longer if you don't have your tickets in advance to get that rally towel. So, to make sure you can get your rally towel, get your tickets in advance. phprowlers.com/playoffs. Breeze right through and get that rally towel. We'll see you at 7:05 p.m. on Friday night for the Prowlers and the Bobcats, game number 2. And we want you loud. We want to hear that building and feel it shake. We want them to be able to hear you all the way back here in Wytheville, or at least out in McMorran Plaza. And again, your tickets, phprowlers.com/playoffs. 1-0 Bobcats through 20 minutes of play. This is the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
SMR Automotive Systems is part of the Motherson Group and a proud community sponsor of the Port Huron Prowlers. We are one of the largest manufacturers of rear-view mirrors for passenger vehicles in the world, with local plants in Port Huron and Marysville. We strive to support our local communities and have positions available for various abilities and experience. Find out more about who we are at smr-automotive.com.
What's more authentic than a Hungry Howie's Detroit-style pizza? Nothing. We're not playing around with the pizza of our birthplace. Thick crust, cheese to the edge, sauce on the top. Where it belongs. We've seen a lot of fakes out there. Not here. This is authentic Detroit-style pizza. Order yours now online for $12.99. We sauce the top and rep for the 313 everywhere. We do bold. Hungry Howie's.
Hockey is like a business. One missed pass can derail the perfect plan. Have Taft Consulting help you get your whole team on the same page. They have the expertise to help you follow through on all your goals. Find out how they can help you today by emailing taftconsulting@outlook.com.
Hey, Spike, my hip meds are costing a fortune. My humans are stressed, and they're pretending it's fine.
You're not alone, Max. My humans are cutting back on my flea and tick meds.
Ugh, tell me about it. My thyroid pills were draining the kibble fund until we found Global Pharmacy Plus.
Online stores? Are they actually cheaper?
Way cheaper. They save my humans 40% or more compared to those other big online sites.
My humans can finally afford on premium treats again!
Congratulations on your engagement again, man. You know, you should get some life insurance.
I never really thought about that. How would I do that?
We can help you with that at Zach Egan State Farm. Congratulations on getting married, man. Have you gotten a house?
We just got one, actually, yeah.
Well, if you want, we can help you out with life insurance at Zach Egan State Farm to cover your mortgage. Is Olin a year old now?
He is.
Wow. Have you guys got life insurance set up on him yet?
I haven't even thought about it yet.
Oh.
How would I go about that?
Well, we can help you with that at Zach Egan State Farm. High five?
Yeah, hon, we should have gotten life insurance years ago.
Hey, Ken. We've actually got a policy for people your age at Zach Egan State Farm. Give us a call.
Explore the 140 miles of stunning shoreline along Lake Huron. That is Michigan's Thumb Coast. Discover charming coastal towns, serene beaches, and endless outdoor adventures. Stay at cozy hotels, paddle through pristine blue waters, and hit the fairways along breathtaking views. Plan your perfect getaway at bluewater.org.
Back here on the PHP Network, Brady Beaton here with you in the first intermission. 1-0, Blue Ridge in front. And let me tell you what, it's playoff hockey. If you don't have a pit in your stomach, if you're not holding your breath with every shot, there's something a little wrong with you. You need to get a check on yourself because one period in, man, it's already got a different feeling to it. Blue Ridge was able to get in front early. Let's take a look at the highlights from the first 20 minutes. And right off the bat, before anyone had settled in, before the heart rates were even high enough to realize what was going on, 1-0 Blue Ridge. And the fans that have come out on a Wednesday night in Withville have been given something to cheer about. But Reed Cooper, let's be honest, he has kept the Prowlers in this matchup. He has had some big saves early. For Blue Ridge, they're probably thinking, man, we had a chance to take a lead on Port Huron to get a 2 or 3 goal advantage. But Reed Cooper, he is the ultimate difference maker for this Prowlers team. Bobby Price had a chance, just pushed it wide of the net, nearly tied it up. But the Bobcats, listen, give them credit where it's due. They outplayed the Prowlers in that first 20 minutes. And I'm sure Port Huron and the boys are talking about that in the locker room right now, what they need to do to get back into it. They cycle it through a zone a couple times, but unable to get on the board. And again, Reed Cooper flying all over the ice. No worries at all after missing some time. Got the rust off last weekend. 1-0. Port Huron trails Blue Ridge in this Game 1 matchup of the Empire Division semifinals. And we're going to go through and look at every matchup, but first, I want to take a look at what it takes to win a Commissioner's Cup. We'll take a look since it has become the FPHL, so essentially post-COVID, the last 4 champions, what do they all have in common for the coming into this one? And when you look at the numbers for them, you start to see a trend. A lot of goal scoring, really good defense, and they usually have one guy to rely on. As you see the numbers pop up there, you know, on average, they average 5 goals a game. They give up less than 3. A lot of consistency. The one outlier, I mean, Danbury in 23, yeah, they didn't score quite as much. They had elite goaltending. Binghamton last year was just dominant on all fronts. Dominant regular seasons. And you see the numbers for the average champion. Keep those in mind as you look through. About 5 goals against, about 2.8 goals for, 5 goals for, 2.8 goals against. The average point leader's got about 90, and they average about 130 in the regular season. Now, let's see the playoff matchups and how the rest of the league matches up. We start with Athens and PD as well. Athens offensively right about that mark, 4.9 goals per game. They are pretty solid on special teams. You add that up, it's over 100. They're doing well. Ford, their point leader at 95. Everything seems to add up. Listen, Athens had a wonderful regular season. The Continental Division champion at 44-11-1 overall. PD looking to play spoiler as they come in just above 500 on the year. The other matchup, and maybe the most interesting matchup in round 1 outside of the Port Huron series, you have Monroe and Columbus, and there are some pretty similar numbers. Monroe, remember, they had a winning streak near 20 at one point this year. They can put up points or put up goals, 5 goals per game, about on average. Columbus, maybe a little more run and gun, gives up a little more, scores about 4 a game. Both sides very similar in special teams. But Barrow for Columbus, 112 points. That's a pretty strong season. That's someone you're going to rely on in the postseason. Monroe, a little more balanced out, but Monroe has dominated the regular season, not losing once in regulation through the 8 meetings. We go on to the Empire Division in the 1-4 matchup. The 2-time defending champs, and those Binghamton numbers, they do look very similar to the ones we just threw up there. Over 5 goals a game, 2.25 goals against per game. Tomei has been a problem in net, a penalty kill close to 90%, and a Scarecrows team that is going to see Binghamton for the first time. But I'll tell you what, 60 days ago, Topeka was a little scary. They've added some guys. Things aren't adding up. They are not playing their best hockey. At one point, I was worried this Scarecrow team could go up to second. They instead slip back to fourth, where they will take on the Binghamton Black Bears. And of course, the final series, the one you are all tuning in to watch right now, your Port Huron Prowlers taking on the Blue Ridge Bobcats. As the numbers right now, Port Huron, they're not going to score a bunch. The goals per game a bit low. However, the goals against, the Reed Cooper factor, that is where Port Huron has an opportunity to make a run. It's why they're only down 1-0 right now, to be frank. The power play has struggled, but the penalty kill has been strong. They're really leaning into the old adage, defense wins championships, and they play well in their own zone. If the Prowlers are going to make a run, if you're going to draw any comparisons over the last 4 years, it's going to be defensively in their own end. Blue Ridge, not great at anything, but not bad at anything either. They are very right down the middle, a solid power play, a decent penalty kill. Again, right about 4 goals per game. Nothing crazy for Blue Ridge. However, if you look at maybe the last 20 games of the season compared to the first 36, Blue Ridge has been playing more like a playoff contending team, a division championship contending team than maybe they were through the first part of the season. Those are all the playoffs, and I'm going to tell you what, it goes quick. Game 1 so vital in this series. Only get 3 games. The Prowlers are going to have to find a way in the next 40 minutes. Hey, you don't need to press. Cooper's got your back. He's saved you a couple times, literally and figuratively, and kept this a 1-0 game. Prowler's going to have to find a way to keep consistent time on attack, stay out of the box, only the 1 penalty in the first period, but find a way to transition defensively to offense. Again, we just looked at it. Not a team that's going to light up the scoreboard unless they're playing Watertown and put up 12, but a team that's going to play from their own end out, and still plenty of hockey left. Playoff hockey. It's the best sport in the world to play when it's win or go home time. Game 1 of a 3-game set. Blue Ridge up 1-0 on Port Huron. We'll take a break, go back out to Virginia and Will Wiggleman right after this. You're watching Playoff Hockey right here on the PHP Network.
Welcome to the new era of Prowlers Hockey. New owner, new store, new horn, fire, projectors on the ice. Yeah, this isn't your dad's McMorrin experience. This is Prowlers Hockey. Get your tickets for the show now at phprowlers.com/tickets.
Keep up with your Prowlers all season long on social media. Follow us on Facebook at the Port Huron Prowlers, Instagram at PH Prowlers, and Twitter at PH Prowlers. And you can find more information on our website, phprowlers.com.
On Prowlers Hockey. Presented by Proper Development. Shot before you're on Prowlers. Welcome back here to Virginia. Prowlers trailing the Blue Ridge Bobcats by a score of 1-0 through 20 minutes of play of game number 1 of this Commissioner's Cup playoffs quarterfinal series, the 2-3 matchup in the Empire Division. Before we move along, there were some awards handed out earlier today in the FPHL. That's the subject of our Thumb Rust Control LLC FPHL storylines tonight. And we start with Patrick Marcinkiewicz, who was named the FPHL's Player of the Month after scoring 10 of his league-high 42 goals this season in the months of March and April. Marcinkiewicz will lead his PD Ice Cats against the other two guys who got monthly honors. Carter McPhail was named the FPHL's Goaltender of the Month, went 8-2-0 with a 3.16 goals against average and a .923 save percentage. And really this season, it's been a three-horse race between Dominic Tomei, Reed Cooper, and Carter McPhail for the top three goaltenders in the FPHL. If they did finalists for Goalie of the Year, those would be the three. And McPhail now joining Tomei and Cooper as having Goaltender of the Month honors this season on his resume. Joe Mack was named the FPHL's Rookie of the Month for March and April. 15 points in 15 games for Mack, who has gone up and down, has played some games in the ECHL as well. Those are your FPHL storylines presented by Thumb Rust Control. Now let's take a look at what's going on around the league. Our other playoff action is going on in Topeka, and it is on our out-of-town scoreboard presented by Love After Hours Boutique and Boudoir. And right now in period one, it is 2-0 in favor of the Binghamton Black Bears. Mac Jansen and Nick Swain have the goals there. Black Bears out shooting the Scarecrows 10-4. They're in the late stages of the opening 20 in Topeka. Of course, here it's 1-0 Bobcats. The out-of-town scoreboard is presented by Love After Hours Boutique and Boudoir. Use code Prowlers for 15% off at Love After Hours. Let's turn our attention back to this game with our Gunther Graphics game stats from this one so far. 1-0 Bobcats, shot 17-9 in favor of Blue Ridge. That's certainly something the Prowlers are going to want to clean up, as it's the tied for the third most shots on goal they've given up in a first period this season. So we'll see if they can settle things down in this second period. And just 9 shots on goal for the Prowlers. So we'll see if they can start to get some more rubber down in Anthony Schrum's end. But Port Huron's PK 1 for 1 so far, and thanks in large part to their netminder, Reed Cooper. And those are your Gunther Graphics game stats. Both teams getting set to hit the ice here. Anthony Schrum leading his Bobcats out. You see him cross the red line, head towards the goal crease, down to our right. Schrum 9 for 9 in the opening 20. Reed Cooper will skate across your screen in just a moment, or at least he was going to, but now you see the rest of the Prowlers hitting the ice. Cooper heads to the goal crease down to our left. 16 of 17 in this game so far. Cooper last season had a 2.8 goals against average and a .926 save percentage in 4 playoff starts in which he went 3-1. Prowlers captain Austin Federley brings up the rear as we are just about set for period number 2 between the Prowlers and the Bobcats in game number 1 of this quarterfinal series. We thank you so much for tuning in with us here on the PHP Network. Fans getting loud here in Wytheville. It will be the Millette line against Daniel Martin's line. Austin Federley taking Jamie Bussell's spot on the Millette line here, so we'll see if there's some line shuffling going on as we are underway in period 2. Puck lands behind the Prowler net. It's Lockhart sliding it to Millette. Reggie Millette looking for an option. Sends it in deep and hustles after it. Millette swipes the puck over to Federley. Came all the way through this way. Dietrich tried to go to the top, didn't have enough on it, so Daniel Martin skates out. Pass was in the skates of Gallagher. Quavak over to Martin. Bobcats back in. Gallagher tried to feed a pass across. Karams towards Cooper, and he's able to find it and clamp the glove on top. As he had a couple players right on top of him, including his own defenseman, Brett Lockhart. And that puck was up in the air. We'll get a face-off to Cooper's right. Or Cooper's left, pardon me. As the Bobcats send out their top line, Mercurio, Kazirev, and Petrezov. Kazirev with the only goal so far in this one. Scored it just 55 seconds into period one. He led the Bobcats with 47 assists and 67 points this season. As Price comes flying through, centering feed out in front. Tecumseh's trying to handle it. He actually broke his stick in the exchange. It's tossed out. Larkin able to sweep it over to the near side and dumped around in Prowler territory. Timothy St. Pierre is shaking off a hit he took back in the Blue Ridge end, but he seems to be okay enough to stay out on the ice for the rest of his shift. Here is St. Pierre on the puck. Daly. Entering the offensive zone was Andrioli, and Cooper scoops that one up before it goes behind the net. And we'll get another whistle and another face-off. St. Pierre took a hard hit from Bobby Price as he swung around the net. The rookie defenseman began this season in France's third division with Reims, had 7 points in 9 games there before 9 points in 25 games as a Bobcat. Defenseman out of Rimouski, Quebec for the last 2 years in the QJHL. Slid up the wall. Lockney starts up, has Federley and Graham with him. Lockney on his backhand, drops the shoulder, tried to lift it to the top shelf and just went over top of the net. Rosenbaum settles it down, retreats behind his cage, watched by Matt Graham. Graham trying to force him out, got it to Nick Stuckless. More than doubled his goal total this year from last year. Stuckless wheels in with a shot, rising and knocked down into Cooper's glove. Team high 29 goals for Stuckless this year, 49 points, which nearly doubled his point total from last year when he had 25. He's also a great two-way player. And Nick Stuckless plays some big hard minutes for these Bobcats. As off this face-off, it's Denver Craig's line out there. Craig with Gallagher and Martin. Dietrich starts to wheel ahead. Dietrich dangles in. Dietrich continues moving. And he overskated the puck below the goal line. Millette settles it down, but tried to go to the point, nobody home. Johnson. Bucell tipped it in. Erickson hustling after it, under duress from Dietrich. Erickson tossed it off the top of the glass and out. Favaro slides it to Alexander. Ryan Alexander retreating away from Martin. He gets it back from Larkin. Alexander behind his net, finds some space. And now he starts up to Cooper's left. Alexander with 4 Bobcats in front of him. Passes off to Price. Fanned on the shot. And back the other way comes Craig, 1-on-3. Craig working on Larkin. Larkin trying to muscle him off. Craig still with it. Craig to the point. St. Pierre with a shot through traffic. Save! Cooper rebound. Ends up behind the net. It's a loose glove belonging to Denver Craig below the goal line. St. Pierre walks in with a shot. Knocked down. Rebound available. Pops out to the front of the net and rescued by the Prowlers. Price and Tecumseh were there. St. Pierre. D-to-D gets it back. Looking for another shot. Takes it. Missed wide on the short side. Radchenko gets there ahead of Price. Mercurio. Over to St. Pierre. Wheels down the wall. All the way around the net. St. Pierre tried to bank it. And Cooper has it. And he hangs on to get a big whistle and a big face-off as his guys need a change. Good shift there for Blue Ridge. There's the shot from St. Pierre that ended up going wide. And then Cooper didn't control that one. Bobcats, dangerous in the Prowler end right now. Off the drop, comes to the back. Rosenbaum shot padded away by Cooper. Daly back on net and another pad save for Reed Cooper. Alvo sets it to the net, goes off the back glass. Hakala able to chip it out. Morgan skates into the puck. Tim Morgan sends it in. Alvo, D to Rosenbaum. Back to Stephen Alvo. Rosenbaum, former Biloxi Breaker and Athens Rock Lobster, wraps the puck around. Bobcats, the third team he's played for this season, at least in the FPHL. Also played with a couple of SPHL teams this year. Graham tried to slide it to Hakala, passes behind him. On the counter, a good pickoff by Lockhart. He's off sides here, so he has to circle back. Prowlers touch up. Alvo with a toss all the way down to Port Huron's territory. Lockhart plays it to his defense partner, Alex Johnson. Now to Bucell. Had his pocket picked by the back-checking Gallagher. Bobcats just seem to have a lot more jump than the Prowlers in this game. Although we will see an icing here ahead of our first TV timeout of period number 2. Still 1-0 Blue Ridge. Just over 5 minutes gone in the Hungry Howie's second period. You're watching the Commissioner's Cup playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey. Back here in Virginia, still 1-0 Bobcats, 14:59 left to go in period number 2. Last season's playoffs, Prowlers were at home for game 1 against the Danbury Hat-Tricks. They trailed 2-0 before finding the first goal in the back half of period 2. We'll see if they can get a tying goal earlier than that, as Dietrich set to draw, and he won the face-off back, but the Bobcats jumped on it. Here comes Erickson, the defenseman. One hands it deep. Lockhart and Craig after it. Bucell settles it down the near half wall. Tried to send Millette out, couldn't. Gallagher down low, Craig alone, and he scores! Turnover high in the defensive zone, and Denver Craig makes the Prowlers pay. It's 2-0. There's the turnover up top. Craig behind everybody. And all by himself, able to tuck it around. And Denver Craig, such an interesting story this season. Started the year with the Bobcats, was released, then found his form with the Indiana Sentinels, was a top player for them before being traded back to Blue Ridge. And has been points per game since. Here comes Kazirev with an outside shot. That's held on to by Cooper. Nine goals and 26 points in 25 games for Craig this season. Also spent some time in the SPHL with a couple of teams. Draw here to Cooper's left. Quick shot by Farusith. And it's blocked away by Reed Cooper. Damon Farusith, the extra forward tonight for the Bobcats. This may or may not be his first shift, but I don't believe I've seen him on the ice until now. Larkin trying to get it to Lockney. He was taken in hard by Stuckless. Favaro ahead to Graham, back for Lockney. Looking towards the right wing side. Good step by Alvo to pick that off. Lockney dumps Farusith with a hard check. Larkin for Favaro. Favaro had a hat trick against these Bobcats in this building. He wheels in with a high shot that went over top of the net. Organ for Alexander. Works back in. Ryan Alexander playing with it up top. Alexander with a shot blocked by Alvo. Back on net. And a save made by Schrum. He covers it with the blocker. First shot on net for the Prowlers in this second period. And it comes 6.5 in. Millette and Gallagher will take this face-off. Millette, Hakala, and Bucell this line. Hakala taking Grayson Dietrich's turn on this shift. Martin taken in by Organ. Daniel Martin behind the net. Blanketed by Organ, trying to spin away. Bucell in there as well. Martin still fighting with that puck. Finally, Prowlers able to knock it off his stick. And up comes Hakala. Hakala delays, drops for Millette. Wheels around. Millette in front, looking for Hakala. And he just misfired. At the point, Johnson a rip. Blocked by traffic. Hakala trying to turn around with it. He and Craig both went down. And it's tossed out. Lockhart chasing with Mercurio. Right up the boards. Knocked down by Erickson in his own end. Forced up the strong side. Alexander couldn't keep it in. Craig looking for some space. Throws it right in on Cooper. And Reed Cooper elects to hang on for a whistle and a face-off. 24 saves on 26 shots for Cooper already in this one. And for some goaltenders, that's a full game's worth of work. Looking for a pregame meal, Zip Sauce Burger is located in the Industrial Park Marathon. Zip Sauce, the official burger of the Port Huron Prowlers. Face off to Cooper's left, controlled by the Prowlers, wrapped around the boards and sent all the way down. No icing here. St. Pierre battling with Price, and St. Pierre comes out with the puck. Kazirev couldn't find that pass. Battled for below the goal line. Price, Favaro, St. Pierre, and Kazirev all in there. Larkin able to dig it free. Podrazov came down to cause some trouble. Alexander for Larkin. Prowlers look to work ahead. Favaro to Alexander. Cuts across the blue line. Ryan Alexander rips it around. Oregon hustling from the bench to keep it in on the near side. Down to Lockney, tried to whip it in front. Had Graham there, but fanned on the pass. Brockway towards Graham, tipped off his stick as Brockway got knocked down by a hard hit of Andrioli. Radchenko to Alvo. Tried to go up to Daly, that didn't work. Oregon bats it back in. Schrum leaves it behind his net for Alvo. Chased out by Lockney. Alvo left wing side to Daly. Lost it. Stuckless. Back to his defense. Here comes Radchenko at the red line. He gets it around and Radchenko's off for a change. 3-on-3. Lockney with it. To the outside to Federley. Tries to send it through. Knocked down. Puck's behind the net. Lockney took a stick up high. And penalty coming up against the Bobcats as Lucas Lockney immediately took his helmet off and he's holding his face. I believe checking for blood here. We'll see if It's a 2 or a 4. And it will be a 4. So the Prowlers will get a 4-minute power play here. Double minor going against Carson Gallagher. As you saw him swing and catch Lockney up high. Big opportunity for the Prowlers to get back in this game. Oh no, it is 2. Pardon me, I thought the referee signaled 4, but it is just a 2-minute minor. But still an opportunity for the Prowlers to get back in the game. Oh, now they put up the extra 2. I was right the first time. Don't doubt me. And the Prowlers have their top unit of Larkin, Dietrich, Price, Millette, and Alexander out there right now to start it. Dietrich on the half wall to Larkin. Wrist shot blocked. Lovac gets to it. Try to slide it up the boards. Kept in by Alexander. Larkin, Dietrich, downhill. Try to give it to Price in the middle. Couldn't get that pass through. Dietrich and Erickson come together. Lovac wraps it around the boards just through Alexander and out. Larkin retreats all the way back to start from scratch. Left wing side, Price. Slipped it through to Alexander. Prowlers gain the offensive zone. Alexander taken out of the play. Wrapped around, kept in by Millette. Over to Larkin. So he whipped that pass over there. Larkin walks in to Millette. Lets it go over top of the net. Alexander down the boards. Price, one-timer, juggled by Schrum, and he's on top of it. And now they battle. A full scrum ensuing around Anthony Schrum, who still has the puck in his glove. Now they get everybody free. Robin Erickson barking at Reggie Millette. Now those two have a conversation. We will take a timeout past the midway point of this hockey game. It's 2-0 Bobcats with Prowlers still with lots of power play time to work with. This is the Commissioner's Cup Playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Hockey is like a business. One missed pass can derail the perfect plan. Have Taft Consulting help you get your whole team on the same page. They have the expertise to help you follow through on all your goals. Find out how they can help you today by emailing taftconsulting@outlook.com.
Explore 140 miles of stunning shoreline along Lake Huron in Michigan's Thumb Coast. Begin your adventure on a blanket of golden sand at one of our serene beaches. Connect with the historic atmosphere of our region's nautical influence and reconnect with friends under a blanket of stars. Plan your perfect getaway at bluewater.org.
Prowlers fans are invading Hitachi Energy Arena. Had some drive down and make the trip here. There you see a few on the glass. As the Prowlers play game number 1 against the Blue Ridge Bobcats. They'll try and come home with the series lead and a chance to close things out on home ice. But they'll need a couple of goals to at least tie the game. They have their second power play unit out there. A minute gone in the 4-minute double minor. Here's Federle with a quick shot, partially blocked on the way through. Stuckless gives it to Mercurio, working in short-handed. Mercurio knocked Federle's stick out of his hands. Federle's looking for a penalty he won't get. Hakala takes the puck away from Stuckless, and Port Huron looks to start over. Graham to the left wing side. Hakala chips it in. Radchenko bats it out, and back to Prowler ice. 23 seconds left in the first minor penalty. Quick up to Lockney. Has to spin away from Daly. Hand off Price. back behind his net. And it looks like the Bobcats will kill off the first one as the second minor penalty has begun in just a moment. Alexander wraps it around. Schrum stops it for Alvo, claps it up the wall, and through Millette and down. 8.5 left to go in period 2. Minute 45 left on this Prowlers power play. It's Dietrich wheeling in. Grayson Dietrich had his stick lifted. And the Prowlers set up. Millette over to Alexander. Down the half wall. Bumped up top to Larkin. Walking in. Dietrich wants it. He's got it. They score! The one-timer hit Reggie Millette in front. It bounces in, and the Prowlers have cut the deficit in half. It's not exactly how you draw it up, but it's the first goal of the 2026 Commissioner's Cup playoffs for the Port Huron Prowlers. Grayson Dietrich's shot was going a couple of feet wide, but Reggie Millette was right there. Goes off of him and into the back of the net. No chance for Anthony Schrum. Reggie Millette's had 3 goals and 5 points in 5 playoff games last year. And he's got the first one for the Prowlers in this one. And come playoff time, you need those bounces to go your way. And one just did for the Prowlers. They have life. Federley trying to get to the puck, had his stick lifted by Craig. And it's chipped over the glass, out of play. 7:50 left to go in period 2. John Larkin and Grayson Dietrich will get the assists on the goal by Reggie Millette. And all of a sudden, it's a 1-goal game, 1 shot the difference. And the Prowlers have an offensive zone face-off. Price lined up at the top of the circle behind Alexander, but the draw was won back by Gallagher. They'll try it again. Price in that same spot. This time Alexander wins it back. Price slipped it along the ice towards the net. Ended up caroming to Craig on the near side. Erickson sent it ahead. Bounced back by the Prowlers. Tecumseh gets the loose puck. Slips it in deep. Price and Craig get there together. Tecumseh hustling after it along with Martin. Erickson behind the net to Hlavak. Lead pass on to Gallagher. Carson Gallagher high stepping to the net. Tried to go all the way around. Still behind the cage. Larkin able to cut off a short pass. Price couldn't reverse. Gallagher right there causing trouble. And it lands for Ryan Alexander. Alexander drags his way in. Stick checked. And he slipped it to Dietrich, who works back in the offensive zone. Dietrich gets to the net. Spins back. Has help. Lockhart to the cage and just missed it wide. Johnson down low. Dietrich skates it up the wall. Tried to pop it to the middle to Johnson, who was moving down the slot. Net came off behind Schrum as Radchenko and Bucel ran into it. And that is the reason for the whistle and the stoppage. Take the stress out of vacation planning and get access to exclusive deals with Magical Vacation Planner by Ralph Lake. Email him at r.lake@magicalvacationplanner.com. One of these teams is going to need Ralph Lake's services by the end of the night, Saturday into Sunday. It's crazy how short these series can be. Off the faceoff, quick shot Lockney off a stick, and it flies up out of play. Bobcats had their best regular season in franchise history, 32-21-3 with 96 points. They did significantly better here at home, 18-10, than they did on the road, 14-11-3, which is essentially 14-14. Meanwhile, the Prowlers had their second best season in regular season franchise history, 37 wins, 107 points, against second most after that 2017-18 season. And again, after all that, after those 56 games and seasons that fans of both teams won't soon forget. It will all be over by Sunday for one of them. As icing called here against the Prowlers, 6:14 left in period 2. There you see Matt Graham on your screen, by far the most experienced playoff guy in this series. 23 playoff games to his name coming into this one. 21 points in those 23 playoff games with the Watertown Privateers, Danbury Titans, and of course, mostly the Port Huron Prowlers. Farusith tried to feed it in front, Stuckless robbed on the doorstep by Cooper. Brockway up to Federley, tapped it back across to Organ. Puck is bouncing and rolling as it enters the Blue Ridge end. Alvo chased by Graham. Alvo still with it. One hands it into the Prowlers zone before it's banked back out. Stuckless chased by Price. Rosenbaum harassed by Bobby Price. Rosenbaum taken in by Price. Stuckless trying to grab the puck. Price still in hard on the forecheck. Decumbus with it behind the net. Price swept it in front. Couldn't find Alexander. And out come the Bobcats. Daly sends it in. Larkin up the near side wall. Here comes Alexander. 3 Bobcats back, now 4. Alexander tried to cut to the middle. Got it off to Dietrich. Dietrich working on his backhand. Spins back. Lockhart fanned on the one-timer. Here comes Faruseth. Dietrich comes back to take the puck from him. Grayson Dietrich looking for a pass. Got it off to Hakala. Bobcats again back in numbers as Schrum sells it down and leaves for Radchenko. Spinning away from Hakala. Radchenko dinks for St. Pierre. Fed it up to Petrezov. Good step by Lockney off the bench. Prowlers keep it in the offensive zone. Radchenko just fired it out. That hit Hakala, who was off the ice and stepping onto the bench. Play continues. May have actually hit the linesman. But either way, Millette couldn't skate in with it. Now Organ. Hands for Millette. Cycles the puck down deep. Lockney kept it moving around to Federley. Federley in the corner. Fed it up top. Johnson a shot. Knocked down by traffic. And there were 3 Bobcats and 2 Prowlers right in front of Schrum because Zerev lost an edge on his way out of the zone. Prowlers dump it back in. It's St. Pierre. Watched by Graham. Radchenko. Long lead pass for Martin. Cooper plays it up the strong side. Gallagher gets there first. Pops it out to Martin. Back to Gallagher. Sick handles with a shot. Stopped by Cooper. Rebound. Price trying to swing at it. Gallagher has it again. Loose puck. Federley kicks it along for Price. Price 1-on-2. Trying to get back after it. Price finally closed off by Erickson. Larkin couldn't step up to that puck. Here's Martin. Knocked off his stick by Favaro, and Favaro knocks down Daniel Martin. Lovick a drive, knocked down in front, and Cooper able to paddle it away from the oncoming Gallagher. Alexander tried a handoff. Had some trouble with it as Martin was right on him. Bobcats look to move up. They stretch it to Martin. Pass over to Andrioli, right wing side. Couldn't get it in front. Andrioli and Larkin tie up. Favaro battling with Andrioli now. Favaro knocked down to a knee. Able to force the puck out of his defensive zone. Craig brings it right back in as Andrioli going to the net. Got it there! And Reed Cooper shuts the door. We'll take our final time out of period 2. Prowlers within 1, thanks in large part to the man between the pipes. This is the Commissioner's Cup Playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
SMR Automotive Systems is part of the Motherson Group and a proud community sponsor of the Port Huron Prowlers. We are one of the largest manufacturers of rearview mirrors for passenger vehicles in the world, with local plants in Port Huron and Marysville. We strive to support our local communities and have positions available for various abilities and experience. Find out more about who we are at smr-automotive.com.
What's more authentic than a Hungry Howie's Detroit-style pizza? Nothing. We're not playing around with the pizza of our birthplace. Thick crust, cheese to the edge, sauce on the top. Where it belongs. We've seen a lot of fakes out there. Not here. This is authentic Detroit-style pizza. Order yours now online for $12.99. We sauce the top and rep for the 313 everywhere. We do bold.
Hungry
Howie's.
Back here in Virginia, it's 2-1 Bobcats, 2:39 left to go in the second period of game one of this best of three series. You saw what it took to win a Commissioner's Cup playoff and win a Commissioner's Cup from our Brady Beaton back in the first intermission. You know, the Prowlers in their history have won 4 game number ones. Or won 7 game number ones, pardon me. They've lost 3, and they were swept in all 3 game ones that they lost. All 3 of those against the Carolina Thunderbirds back in 2019, 2022, and 2023. So game 1 is very important. Johnson ahead towards Hakala. Off his stick, Radchenko harassed by Hakala. Dietrich walks the line. Trying to hand it off. Got it back to Johnson. Lockhart for Dietrich. He wheels ahead. Dietrich, left wing side, and had it taken off his stick. Kazirev trying to send Mercurio on his way. Mercurio sprints to it, to the net! And just had his stick tied up at the last moment as he tried to shoot it. Erickson back for it. Up the near side boards to St. Pierre. St. Pierre trying to step around Graham. Dropped it back. Daly down the wall. Knocked down by Organ. He's battling with St. Pierre, as is Lockhart. Bobcats defenseman still in deep as Port Huron looks to move ahead. Lockhart to his right to Federley. On to Lockney. Quick shot off the top of Anthony Schrum's shoulder. And it missed the net. Here comes Daly the other direction. Alexander able to block that pass. Daly up high. Ovo missed wide. Rosenbaum, a drive, changed direction, and Cooper has it. Daly was digging, but he won't find anything there. I'll stick around for our second intermission report right here on the PHP Network. We'll send it back to our Brady Beaton in our PHP Network studios. Take a look at highlights and analysis from this game so far, the out-of-town scores, and much more. It's all coming up right here on the PHP Network. .111 left to go in period 2. And this one sent up out of play. Say it was deflected, so no penalty, and we'll just get a face-off down in Port Huron's end. .66 ticks left in period 2. Alexander wins the draw back. Favaro moves it ahead towards DeCumbis. Finally gets to him. DeCumbis wheels up the right wing side, slams on the brakes and slides it down low. Gallagher keeps it moving around towards Levac. Price pops it off the wall. DeCumbis wins the battle. DeCumbis in front. Alexander stopped on the doorstep by Schramm. Alexander again putting it in front. DeCumbis scores! Hard work down low. Vinny DeCumbis has tied it. Brian Alexander couldn't get the backdoor shot to go, but he collected that puck himself. It bounced all the way through to DeCumbis, who goes 5-hole on Anthony Schrum. And just like that, all square in game 1. So in the final minute of period 2, Prowlers get back to even. Bobcats trying to take the lead back. Here's Kazirev. Try to play it to the middle off of a Prowler stick. Lockhart pitches it ahead towards Dietrich. Able to get it out. Radchenko dumps it back in before he's dumped it to the bench by Bucell. Jamie Bucell said 6'6", Dennis Radchenko in to greet his teammates on the Bobcat bench. Here's Radchenko. Fed it ahead. Kazirev with it, and that will do it for period number 2. Prowlers have stormed back from a 2-0 deficit. We are all tied heading into period 3, and here's your hit of the night, folks. Line change. Alexander picks up the only assist on the goal by DeCumbus. A little disturbance there at center as Millette and Mercurio had some passing words for each other. We get into the second intermission. Shots on goal in that middle period favor the Bobcats 15-7. Prowlers score twice, Bobcats once. And again, it is 2-2. Once again, coming up on the second intermission report right here on the PHP Network. We have highlights and analysis from Brady Beaton back in our McMorran Place, or our PHP Network studios. Also take a look at Keeley's Corner, the out-of-town scores, and much more. It's all coming up right here on the PHP Network. Well, secure your seats for the Prowlers' next home game. That will be Game 2 this Friday of this series, April the 17th, 7:05 p.m. You can get your tickets now at phprowlers.com/playoffs or call the box office at 810-985-6166. It's online, phprowlers.com/playoffs, or call the box office 810-985-6166. You can also scan that QR code on your screen now. Be there, be loud, and experience the chase for the Commissioner's Cup at McMorran Place, as Game 2 of this series will shift north to Michigan. We want it loud, we want it rowdy, we want over 2,000. Could we get 2,500 people there? Let's see. It should be a great one. Again, get your tickets now, skip the line, and get in early to see your Prowlers take on the Bobcats in Game 2 of the Commissioner's Cup quarterfinals. Prowlers and Bobcats all knotted up at 2 apiece. We will be right back and send it back to Brady Beaton on the other side here on the PHP Network. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Come on, guys, hop in. We're not getting in that thing. That thing's gross. Yeah, I wore my nice pants today. This thing could use a detail. Well, I don't know. Do you know anybody who could detail a boat? I think that guy could.
Hi, I'm Logan from Ballard's Detail. I can detail your boat. From oxidized and faded to smooth and glossy, our professional compounding and waxing process will get your boat looking new again. Contact us today at 810-956-8318. Visit us on Facebook at Ballard's Detail LLC.
SMR Automotive Systems is part of the Motherson Group and a proud community sponsor of the Port Huron Prowlers. We are one of the largest manufacturers of rearview mirrors for passenger vehicles in the world, with local plants in Port Huron and Marysville. We strive to support our local communities and have positions available for various abilities and experience. Find out more about who we are at smr-automotive.com.
Hello, home.
There he is.
What is happening?
Relax. We won. They brought back the snack wrap. Spicy or ranch?
Spicy.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Just one little bite.
Can you stop?
Oh, sorry.
Gather your crew. Snack Wrap is back.
This isn't working. LJ, pass me those flyers. No look behind the back pass. It's a whole play. LJ, come on. Gap up. Close the gap. Close the gap. What are we saying? This isn't working. We need a shift change. Let's bring in the professionals.
Head over to the Birchwood Mall for your shopping and entertainment needs. Hop on the carousel, shoot some hoops, or visit some of their great stores such as Gerlach's Woodworks, where they specialize in handcrafted wooden decorations. Add to your fan cave a Prowlers themed creation. Upgrade your bathroom at Luxury Bath Mobility Remodelers. They can fully customize your bath or shower to fit your needs, and they also do flooring. For the sports fan in your life, pick up a unique gift from Pro Edge Sports. Jam-packed with all kinds of memorabilia. There's something for everyone. And it's not a trip to the mall without Auntie Anne's pretzels. Grab a freshly made full-size cup of pretzel bites and wash it down with some frozen lemonade. At the Birchwood Mall, you can find this and more. Visit them on 24th Ave in Fort Gratiot.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi guys, we just stopped at Industrial Park Marathon to get some fuel and some snacks before the Prowlers game at McMorran.
Nice. Yeah, we just stopped by here at Industrial Park Marathon so I can get a Slurpee before the game.
Wait till after the game. If the Prowlers score 3 or more goals, Slurpees will be free.
Thanks for the info. I'm going to get my Slurpee after, but we'll see you at the Prowlers game.
See you at the game. Go Prowlers!
Yeah, I don't know about this one, fellas.
Boys, we don't overcome adversity by backing down. But yeah, I don't know about this one.
That's reassuring.
We're so screwed.
All right, boys. Here's a game plan. LJ, you start with bananas. B-Way.
Wait, why do I have to do the bananas?
Because you're the softest on the team.
I don't want the bananas.
This thing is gonna melt. We gotta hurry up.
I won't do it.
Okay, both of you. I will do the bananas and the whipped cream. Fets, please continue.
Who's paying for this anyway?
I am. I just bought my tickets for the Prowlers game this weekend, and the Milk House gave me 25% off my order.
Fets, why'd you buy the tickets? You're literally on the team.
For the discount.
So are you all ready to give it a try?
Oh, we're ready.
It's true. Get 25% off your entire order at the Milk House, October through April. Simply show your ticket stubs at checkout and enjoy your discounted treat.
Back here on the PHP Network, after 20 minutes, the Prowlers were down 1-0. Early in the second period, they fall behind 2-0, but a couple of back half period goals makes it 2-2 after 40 minutes of play in Game 1 of the Empire Division semifinals. Let's take a look at the highlights and see how we got to this point. It has been a fun first 40 minutes in this one. It started just moments in when Nikita Kozarev found the back of the net, and boy was Binghamton Blue Ridge bumping as they were getting ready for the playoffs. Right off the rip got it started, but the life raft of Reed Cooper kept them afloat here in the early going. You're seeing chances here between the hash marks in the slot, right out in front where Reed Cooper had been bailing out. Early on, it looked like Bobby Price was going to find the back of the net just a little wide and kept it at a 1-0. Reed Cooper swallowing a puck there again, coming out, being exactly who Reed Cooper needs to play. Playoff Coop can help propel this team to where they need to go. We looked at all the numbers in the last period. And here's Reed Cooper again coming from the near post, throwing that leg out with a kick save. Again, out in front. A lot of blue jerseys were in front of the crease. And Blue Ridge, we'll be honest, they controlled that period, and then they find the goal in the start of the second period from Denver Craig to make it 2-0, and you're going, uh-oh, you're pulling on the collar. But on the power play, the double minor, the back half of that, Reggie Millette out in front, and he just bops it in. Go to the net, good things happen. It's the same in Pee Wee, it's the same in the pros. As, again, Reed Cooper sprawling out, saving everything in front of him. A perfect second period strong after that first goal about 5 minutes in. And then in the final minute, it was Vinny DeCumbis that made it 2-2 as DeCumbis right out in front, just sitting in front of the net. Pass went by the first intended target of Bobby Price, and DeCumbis made it 2-2. And Jamie Bussell doing exactly what the Prowlers want them to do, throwing the bodies around, bringing the energy, as it was so big to come back. Hey, you're down 2-0, and in a 3-game series, going down 2-0 in the middle of the second period, that is dangerous ground. Game 1 is so important in these series. Again, 3-game series, that's been the norm for the majority of the FPHL and FHL. There was a time where 5 games early on were the standard, but really for the last decade, it's been a best of 3. And here you go by the numbers. This is the 16th year of the Fed. 38 best of 3 series have been played since its inception. In that time, 74% of the time when a team wins game 1, they go on to win the series, which actually, if you do the math, is slightly in favor of teams coming back, but it's not boding well for the team that loses game 1. They have a long hill to climb, and in fact, you talk about a short series being prone for upsets. There hasn't been a first-round upset, and I triple-checked this, in 11 years. 2015 was the last time a first-round series resulted in the lower seed winning. In fact, there hasn't been a lot of upsets at all in Fed history. It has been a league dominated by the top teams. Let's look at every upset there's been, and it fits on one very nice graphic in plain Georgia font. You look a lot early. The Danbury Whalers beat the Thousand Island Privateers in the semifinals. The Privateers were the precursor to the precursor of the Watertown Wolves back in year 2. Then it was the Whalers again. They beat the Dayton Demons in the finals. A couple years later in the 15 playoffs, the Dashers beat the Dayton Demons in the semifinals. And then Port Huron was involved in the next 2. The first one, yay, the good one, when the Prowlers won their first Commissioner's Cup title, beating the Danbury Titans. That was a best-of-5 series, but that was year 1 in the finals. The Watertown Wolves then 2 years later, in one of the most dominant teams the Fed has ever seen, that 2017-18 Prowlers team was absolutely dominant. They have the record for most consecutive wins in the Fed. They fell in a 5-game series in the finals to the Watertown Wolves. And since 2018, again, I double-checked this. I could be wrong, but since 2018, the only upset I could find, and I'm not counting the Ignite Cup in the COVID year, that doesn't count. That's not a real championship. In the Commissioner Cup playoffs, 2024 in the Continental Division Finals when Carolina beat Columbus has been the only upset in these playoffs since then. And what does that mean for the Prowlers? Well, in round 1, you're saying, yes, that's good. Prowlers are the 2 seed. They are the favorite. They should win, unless they want to be number 7 on that list. However, they're going to have to flip that script should they get by Blue Ridge and play Binghamton. Binghamton was up 2-0 before we went live here last I checked. But Blue Ridge has proved to be a very worthy opponent and not the team we saw in Port Huron before the new year. They've been playing well. Now, what did the Prowlers do when they started to control the play? They had continuous time on attack. They were not allowing clean zone entries from Blue Ridge. There weren't as many Bobcats out in front of the net just hanging out there ready to tap one in. In fact, that's what the Prowlers were doing. That's what Reggie Millette was on his goal. That's where Vinny DeCumbis was on his goal. And with all that said and done, 40 minutes down, and we're back to square one in a 3-game series. I just showed you the numbers. The next 20 minutes, whoever wins that, or maybe a little more, will determine who has the 75% chance or 74% chance to move on. Who will be digging themselves out of a hole trying to be one of, by the way, the all-time record, 28-10 is the record when you win the first round series. Who wants to try to make that number 29, try to continue it? 20 minutes left to do it. It's playoff hockey. If you weren't sitting on the edge of your seat, if your blood pressure wasn't a bit higher when we started this game, if it hasn't risen yet, again, either you just don't care about this game or you're not human. This is one of the best moments in sports to be a fan. And it's either going to be jubilation or it's going to be heartbreak. And it's only game 1, but in such a short series, the next 20 minutes are going to be absolutely crucial. You've got to love it. Playoff hockey, Prowlers trying to take game one before we head back to McMorran on Friday. Right now, we'll take a break and we'll head back out to Virginia and Will Wiggleman for the final period. Don't go anywhere. Prowlers 2, Blue Ridge 2, right here on the PHP Network.
Welcome to the new era of Prowlers hockey. New owner, new store, new horn, fire, projectors on the ice. Yeah, this isn't your dad's McMorran experience. This is Prowlers hockey. Get your tickets for the show now at phprowlers.com/tickets.
Keep up with your Prowlers all season long on social media. Follow us on Facebook at the Port Huron Prowlers, Instagram at PH Prowlers, and Twitter at PH Prowlers. And you can find more information on our website, phprowlers.com.
Here on Prowlers Hockey, it's presented by Proper 12 Order. Shot. On Prowlers. Back here in Virginia, 2-2 through 40 minutes of play. Another 20 will go up on the clock, and maybe more. We will see how this one shakes out. Will Wiggleman with you on the PHP Network YouTube channel. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. It has been a great game so far. The Bobcats had a lot of pressure in the first period. They pushed the Prowlers back, got them on their heels, got a goal in the first, and could have gotten a couple of more if not for Reed Cooper. And, you know, goaltending will be a big factor in this series, as it is in every playoff series that's ever happened in hockey history. But Prowlers stayed in it, again, thanks in large part to Cooper, and now they battled back to tie, and that is where we stand through 40 minutes of play at 2-2. No more fun spot to be through 40 minutes of play in a playoff game than all square. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of this series. This is our Keeley's Corner, presented by Full Metal Mel. And games 2 and 3 will not be played immediately following this one. No, we have a day off, which is not very common in the FPHL Commissioner's Cup playoffs, but we do have a travel day as teams will hit the road. Prowlers late tonight after this game, and the Bobcats tomorrow morning will head up to Port Huron, and then Friday night 7:05 p.m. and Saturday night 7:05 p.m. if necessary. That's what that little star means, if necessary. So we will see who can get up first in this series and head to Port Huron with 2 chances to win this series, and who will head to Port Huron with their backs against the wall. We want the Prowler fans out there. We want that building absolutely rocking on Friday night. Get your tickets now at phprowlers.com/tickets. Whether you live in Port Huron, the greater Thumb Coast area, Southeast Michigan, anywhere in Michigan, you want to be out there because there is a team still playing playoff hockey in Michigan. It's the Port Huron Prowlers. So go get your tickets now at phprowlers.com/playoffs. Take a look at what's going on around the FPHL with that other playoff series right now going on down out in Topeka. And it is still 2-0 Black Bears. They are late in period number 2. Those Mac Jansen and Nick Swain goals from the first period still holding up. Black Bears outshooting the Scarecrows 17-14 in the game. They're under 5 minutes left to go in the middle frame. Of course, here it's 2-2 between the Prowlers and the Bobcats. That man right there was the MVP of the first period for the Prowlers. He was the MVP of most of the second, maybe the entire period for Port Huron. Reed Cooper leads his team back onto the ice for period number 3. And we take a look at our Gunther Graphics game stats through 40 minutes of play. Prowlers 1 for 2 on the man advantage. They were able to score on one of those 2 double minor penalties. They are getting nearly doubled up in the shots on goal department. However, as the Bobcats have gotten a lot on Cooper. Cooper 28 saves so far in this one, has held down the fort all the way down in his goal crease. He gets set down there to our right. You saw Vinny DeCumbis. There's Reggie Millette, the 2 goal scorers for the Prowlers in that second period. As Cooper down in the goal crease to our right. He's made 28 saves on 30 shots. Meanwhile, on the other end, Anthony Schrum has made 14 saves on 16 Prowler shots. Game 1 needs to find a winner here in the third, or else we'll get overtime. CJ's third period is about to get underway. Bobcats scored the first 2. Prowlers, the most recent pair. It's all level. Ryan Alexander's line out there to start period 3. He will draw against Daniel Martin. Puck is down, Martin wins it back, and we're underway in a tied third period in game 1. Here come the Bobcats quickly. Cooper able to steer away that puck as it bounced towards him. Lovak up top with a wrister just wide. Bobcats had plenty of traffic in front, and a strong first shift for Blue Ridge so far. Prowlers can't get it out, at least for the moment. Now they do. Lovak snapped his stick as he tried to send it back in. Alexander peels back, gives to Bucell off the bench. He's tripped up, and a penalty coming up against the Bobcats. Back referee caught it. And the Prowlers will get a power play early here in period number 3. See Bucell cut in, and Denver Craig got his stick in a bad spot. Kenny Moniz, the referee, able to catch it in the corner in Bobcats territory. Prowlers to their third power play of the game. They're 1 for 2 tonight. During the regular season, they went 9 for 48, 18.8% against the Bobcats. They finished 11th in the league overall at 16.1%. This is the unit that scored. It's Dietrich working downhill. Down to Price, tried to slide it right through the goal mouth. And Alexander collects on the near half wall. Alexander walks in, picks his spot, blocked. Price down to Millette. Didn't get much on that pass up top. Larkin able to poke it back to Alexander. His shot off of Alvo's stick and out of play into the protective netting. And a quick switch of the units for Chris Paulin and his group. Wojtek Zemlika also switching up his unit. Graham and Andrioli will draw. Comes to the boards. Bobcats looking to clear. Graham able to knock it down, trying to stick handle out of trouble, and Prowlers set up. Johnson looking back to Federley straight away. Over to Lockney. Curls back towards the boards. Federley floats it through. Blocker save Schrum. Johnson recollects. Federley straight away. Johnson walks in, shoots just wide, trying to go low glove. Johnson again, looking to the back, Federley. Lockney takes a step, over to Johnson, catch and shoot, and stopped by Schrum. Graham lost it to Lebach, and he sends it all the way down. Prowlers get a couple of good dangerous opportunities there. They go back to Unit 1. 35 seconds left on the penalty to Craig. Price up to Millette. That puck bounced on Reggie Millette. Alvo takes over, circles his net, and fires it off the glass all the way down. Larkin for one last rush on the power play. Price trying to skate into that puck, but the pass was too far ahead of him. And that will take care of the penalty time. Price up to Dietrich into the offensive end. Dietrich hit hard by Alvo, and now going after Alvo was Ryan Alexander. They separate, head back as the Prowlers head back to the bench. Meanwhile, Martin has his shot gobbled up by Cooper. Dietrich having a conversation with the Bobcats bench as he steps onto his own. Take a look at that big hit there from Alvo as Dietrich stopped up. Alvo finished his check. Face-off coming in Cooper's end. Graham asked to leave the draw, and Bucell will take it instead against Mercurio. Mercurio won it back. One-timer Erickson along the ice and a couple feet wide. Karam's back towards the front of the net, now in the corner, and it's Bucell with it. Bucell ahead to Graham, slipped it towards Hakala. Catches up to the puck. Good stick by Hlavac, sent the puck up in the air. Now it's Hakala. Down to Graham. Sharp angle try, came all the way through the crease. Oregon pinches in to keep the puck deep. Prowlers forwards making changes here as Vinny DeCumbus' line steps out. Erickson behind the net, watched by DeCumbus. Forces him out to his right. Hlavac, rink wide feed to Daly. Enters in on the left wing side. Lockhart able to close off Daly. Price spins away from Stuckless. Chipped ahead. Bobcats interrupt that breakout. Johnson dumped by Andrioli as he moved it. Here comes Alexander, 3 Bobcats back. Ryan Alexander around the net, back pass in front looking for DeCumbus. Stuckless got his stick in the way. Puck on the near side boards, Alvo able to chip it out. Larkin steps up, Alexander slipped it through to DeCumbus. DeCumbus trying to get around Rosenbaum, lost an edge a bit, and DeCumbus heads off to the bench for a change. Andrioli at the red line tosses it in deep. Bobcats making a full change here. Daniel Martin's line stepping over the boards. Federally tipped the puck in deep. Dietrich tied up St. Pierre. Gallagher back for the puck. Off the glass. Larkin just able to keep it in. Federally swings it to Millette. Millette working downhill. Millette around the cage. Tried to swing it all the way across. Here comes Craig on a partial breakaway. Craig spins back. He's muscled off by Brockway, who dumps Craig. Bodies go flying. Penalty is coming up. Craig is flat on the ice. Oh no. Denver Craig is flat on the ice and has not moved. Brockway is going to get the penalty here. They check on Denver Craig. See, Brockway just muscled off Craig. I'm not sure what was wrong with that play besides the fact that Craig got hurt. It just seemed like Brockway was, again, able to muscle Craig to the boards. Ben Brockway is getting a penalty. You saw the arm go up immediately from the referee. Take another look at it from Aiden Vision. Craig is still flat on his stomach, being looked at by the training staff led by trainer Josh Stevens. And now they are reviewing this play to see if it could be 5. See them checking out Craig down the Prowler end. Referees are checking the iPad over by the scorer's table. You see them there in the bottom left of your screen. Just over 5 minutes gone in the third period. Denver Craig has been a big play driver for these Blue Ridge Bobcats since returning via trade from the Indiana Sentinels. And they continue to ask for more help for Craig. This has kind of sucked the air out of the building a little bit, and as you'd expect, chance to throw him out from the Bobcats faithful. They've now brought a stretcher onto the ice. All the way down at the other end, that stretcher is about 200 feet to go before it can reach Craig. But they are now getting Craig to the sitting position. Craig is now sitting up, and that is a good sign. Of course, very scary incident. We saw a scary incident involving Blake Anderson of the Prowlers, and Ben Brockway is out of this game. And that means a 5-minute power play for the Blue Ridge Bobcats. I don't know how much of this call was based on the result of the hit. Craig is back to his skates. Again, I didn't think it was that bad of a hit. Those two, Brockway and Craig, were battling, and Brockway was just the stronger guy. Craig doubled over, heading back to the Bobcats dressing room here. We'll take a break. When we come back, a lengthy Blue Ridge man advantage. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Hi, what can I get for you?
I'd like some McMorrin fries, please.
All right, that's gonna be $4. Okay.
She shoots, she scores with the new Prowlers debit card.
Don't you have somewhere to be? The game's on.
Get your Prowlers debit card only at Flagship Community Federal Credit Union, located on Lapeer Road in Port Huron. Flagship Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. Back here in Virginia, officially a 5-minute major and a game misconduct against Ben Brockway. And, you know, you think back to that hit on Blake Anderson a couple of weeks ago. That one only garnered a 2-minute penalty to Jesse Anderson. And this one, again, a battle, those two. And again, I am happy that Denver Craig is okay, skate off on his own, and that is great to see. And, you know, we wish the best to Denver Craig, but, I mean, that did not have the makings of a 5-minute major, not in any way. Either way, Prowlers will have to kill 5 minutes of penalty time. Here's Mercurio walking downhill with a shot blocked by Johnson. Prowlers go up 2-on-1 shorthanded. Johnson with Graham. Johnson walks in with a shot, missed wide along the ice. Karams all the way to the neutral zone for Stuckless. Hand off Martin, wheeling in with Kazirev, sent it there, tried to pass back and fanned on it, and Millette able to saucer it all the way down. Schrum plays it over towards Alvo. Daly gets into the offensive zone. Oregon grabs it there. Alvo keeps it in at the line. Over to Faruseth. Back to Alvo. One-timer, but Podrazov missed high. Up high. Alvo, Podrazov, walking, looking. Back to the top. Alvo fakes. Gave it to Faruseth. Down low. Couldn't find Gallagher. Millette taken in by Daly. Gallagher lost it. Podrazov up to Alvo. Sends it through. Hard off the back wall. It comes in front. Oh my goodness, the save of the year. Reed Cooper dove back and robbed Hamid Podrazov. Now Cooper has a player stick as Podrazov shoots and he scores. Hamid Podrazov rips it through and the Bobcats take back the lead after Reed Cooper absolutely robbed him. Tim Morgan is doubled over going back to the Prowlers bench, and Port Huron is incensed. Here's the save by Cooper. My goodness, how did that one not go in? This one did from Podrazov. I mean, it was a 5-on-3 because Oregon was collapsed on the boards. He was out of the play, down on his hands and knees, hurt, and there was no whistle from the referees. I mean, that's a player safety issue at that point when you have a player down on the boards while play is continuing. Oh, now the referees are going to have a conversation. Chris Paulin and/or Austin Federley may have convinced the men in stripes of something. They're at least going to have a chat about it. I don't know if we have a look at that hit on Tim Morgan. And it doesn't look like anything is going to change here. There's the bodies flying. Watch Oregon heading back to the front of the net here. And Oregon peels off to the near side wall. And right there, Daly got him in the head with an elbow. Seconds before Podrazov put the Bobcats in front, Justin Daly elbowed Tim Morgan in the head. And it is 3-2 Blue Ridge, 3.5 minutes left to go still on the Bobcats power play. Craziness here in Virginia. Martin sweeps it up to Kazirev. Mercurio at the top, back to Kazirev. Cuts to the middle. Lovak over to Mercurio. Back to Lovak. One-timer off the back wall. Cooper sprawling. Didn't have it underneath, but he's able to make the save. Kazirev got it up high. Lovak, Mercurio looking, shooting, stop, rebound there. Cooper comes out aggressively to stop Martin. Lovak down to Mercurio. Stuckless with a rip. That missed wide. Lovak down the boards. Stuckless. Up high, Lovak. Kazirev backpedals. Fed it through. Cut off by Johnson. And he clears it all the way down. 2:23 left in the penalty, being served by Lucas Lockney. Gallagher, left wing side to Faruseth. Long range shot, missed the high and wide. Podrazov down to Alvo. Faruseth down, feed it in front, and a save made by Cooper on Daly. Prowlers clear. Minute 50 left on the 5-minute major. Bobcats have already scored once. Alvo to Gallagher. Price able to take it off of Gallagher's stick and send it the length of the ice. Lavak to the right wing side. Martin drops it back for Philip Lavak. Back again, Mercurio enters the offensive zone. Mercurio trying to fight his way to the front. His back pass cut off by Graham. Lavak keeps it in and bangs it back deep. Comes all the way around to Martin. Stuckless kept it moving. Dietrich gets there first. Couldn't get it out. Comes to the front. And Cooper covers up. Let's take a look back again at that goal for the Bobcats. There's the save by Cooper. An unbelievable stop. And then watch. You'll see Tim Morgan move up to the point here. And stop it right here. Stop it here. There you see the elbow by Daly on Organ. Set a pick, and that's why Pedrazov had so much space to skate in, because of that elbow by Daly to Tim Morgan's head. Lavak flung it past the net. Here's Kazirev cutting along the goal line, tried to tuck it and couldn't do it. Mercurio back on goal, caromed off a skate, and Johnson clears. 45 seconds left on the Bobcats' major power play. Lavak to the right wing side to Martin. Slipped it down deep. Off the side of the net, DeCumbis takes over, has some room, tries to play it over to Price. He had both of the Prowlers shorthanded goals this season. Also started the Prowlers scoring in the playoffs last year shorthanded. Back come the Bobcats. Martin alone in front, and he's stopped by Cooper. Rosenbaum. Daly off the far boards. Lockhart gets to it. One last clear. That will do it for the penalty. Here comes Federley with a shot stopped by Schrum. So the Bobcats get one. They have a 3-2 lead, 9:48 to go, as a drive by Johnson is handled by Schrum. And Graham getting a rough ride in front. Demid Pedrazov has put the Bobcats back ahead. Under 10 to go in the CJ's third period. We'll step aside. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Discover everything banking should be with Advia Credit Union, like earning real financial advantages. You can earn up to $1,000 with your new account. Plus, save an average of nearly $4,000 in interest when refinancing. Get started with a low-rate credit card balance transfer. Enjoy easy access to your money anytime, anywhere. Make the switch today at adviacu.org/real people. Advia Credit Union. Real advantages for real people.
Well, the Prowlers are on the ice, so grab a glass of Proper 12 Irish Whiskey. Proper 12, the official shot of the Port Huron Prowlers. Well, back here in Virginia, we take one last look at the elbow on Tim Morgan that led directly to that last Bobcats goal. There it is in slow motion. And, you know, to call the 5 on Ben Brockway, I thought was a little soft. And then to miss that as well, that is a tough pill for the Prowlers to swallow. But they'll have to swallow it and find a way to tie this game, or else they'll go down 1-0 heading home and have their backs against the walls at McMorran Place. Penalty coming up, and it's against the Bobcats. Lockney able to bounce it up top to Larkin. Cooper on the bench for the extra attacker in the delayed penalty situation. Larkin walking the blue line, spins back, fed it down to Millette, who's that extra attacker. Sent it all the way across, Favaro up to Larkin. Walks the blue again, back pedals, Larkin trying to settle the bouncing puck down. All the way across it comes. Bucell. Millette straight away. Hakel is right in front. Millette sends it there. He scores! Second of the game for Reggie Millette. Game 1 is tied again. You talk about a team deserving one. Prowlers did, and they worked it nicely in the 6-on-5. Reggie Millette with just a seeing eye wrister. Look at the traffic in front. Hakela and St. Pierre right in front of Schrum, taking away his eyes. And that one goes low glove on Anthony Schrum. So no power play for the Prowlers. They'll take the goal instead. And game 1 is tied up again with under 9 to go. Lockhart able to chip it out. Here comes Alexander walking in. Alexander drags and had it poked out of the zone. Vinny DeCumbis turns. Tried to give it to Alexander, exploded off his stick. Lavoc's pass blocked away by Alexander, then Martin took it from him. Martin tried to back pass down low. Lavoc down behind the net to Gallagher. He's battling with Oregon. Gallagher gets in front, takes the shot, blocked by Alexander, and it's chipped out. Daly lobs it off the glass, glove down by Federley. High flip, flag down by Lavoc. Had Dietrich right on his hip. Daly working on Favaro as Andrioli with him. Cross corner dumped, grabbed by Millette first. Off the end wall for Favaro. Federley floats it to an area for Millette to skate into. Millette chipped it around Rosenbaum and into the offensive zone. Alvo around towards Daly. Hakela pinned him. Millette tried to force it back this way, popped out towards the blue paint, and a big hit behind the net, thrown by Dietrich. Rosenbaum looking at the referee, won't get a call. Here comes Stuckless. He fell down as he tripped over a Prowler who had been knocked down by a Bobcat. The bodies flying, fans unhappy. Port Huron starts back up ice. Lockney couldn't bring in that pass. Price for Graham. Taken in by Andrioli. Not a lot of room on this ice, as you expect in playoff time. Radchenko trying to find some. Hands it off. Kazirev flies in. Kazirev dangles and missed on the short side. Kazirev back on it. Hands it off. St. Pierre dumps it down and around. Mercurio behind the net. Mercurio over to Radchenko. Misfired on the blast. Ended up putting it down the near corner. Kazirev towards Mercurio. Battling with Johnson. Johnson knocks down Mercurio. Puck underneath. Pulled out by Alexander. Prowlers can move up with numbers here. Price is heading to the bench. Alexander wraps it all the way around. Dietrich couldn't chip it deep around St. Pierre. Podrazov at the red line. Saucers it deep. And Cooper leaves it for Tim Morgan. Off the glass. Approaching 6 minutes left in regulation. We're tied at 3. Gallagher couldn't step around Oregon with the puck. Gallagher sends it deep. And Brett Lockhart behind his net gives it over to Oregon. Millette skates into the puck. Bucell brings in the pass. Looking for an option. Bucell cycles down the boards. Erickson kept it moving around in Faruseth's direction. Pinch, shot on net, missed wide. Millette clapped it from the top. Here come the Bobcats. Martin closed off by Millette. Larkin tried to one-hand it around, couldn't do it. Martin tried to tell Rosenbaum to head to it. Here's Gallagher loading a shot up. That's sticked out of play by Jamie Bucell. 5:12 left in a tie game. Game number 1 in this best of 3. Prowlers have battled back to tie from deficits of 2-0 and 3-2. They face a defensive zone face-off. Comes to the boards. Andrioli and Oregon tie up. Federley able to send it by his man. Goes all the way down. A penalty coming up as Federley was interfered with. And the Prowlers will go to the power play, tripping the signal. The Boo Birds rain down from the fans who root for the team that got a 5-minute major and Ben Brockway kicked out of the game earlier in this period. It's Steven Alvo to the box, and the Prowlers to their 4th power play of the game. They are 1 for 3. And now Denver Craig is coming back from the Bobcats locker room. Of course, Ben Brockway will not. They deemed that he did enough to warrant a game misconduct. But Craig, the man that he hit, will return to the Blue Ridge bench. Off the draw. Battled for on the half wall. Larkin walks in. Dietrich, one-timer off the glass. And it comes to Andrioli, who just pitchforks it out. Slovak trying to send Daly up, short-handed. Long shot missed wide to the glove side of Cooper. And the Prowlers will start up from their own end. We will get a TV timeout at the next whistle. The Prowlers will have a chance to draw something up if they choose, but here comes Dietrich lowering the shoulder, got to the blue paint, and the puck swept away from danger. Alexander down into the corner. Larkin with a wrister, deflected, but over to the corner by Price. Larkin again, down to Alexander, walking with a shot, just shouldered away by Schrum, down the top of the net. They get it off the top of the cage, back into play, but they say it was knocked down with a high stick. And we get a whistle. Under 4 to go in regulation. Ryan Alexander trying to give the Prowlers their first lead of the night. It's still 3-all. More Prowlers power play. When we come back, this is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Discover 1195 Gastropub in Marysville. Burgers, pizzas, apps, and pub favorites like filet mignon and grilled salmon. Open Monday to Friday, 4 to 9 p.m., weekends 12 to 9 p.m. Join us for happy hour, Monday to Thursday. Enjoy half-off bottles of wine every Wednesday, and don't miss Thirsty Thursday with $4 draft beers. Great food, cold drinks, good times. That's 1195 Gastro Pub.
It's time to wake up on the sunrise side of Michigan. Wake up to beautiful beaches. Wake up to vibrant urban landscapes. Wake up to unique eats. Wake up to charming coastal towns. Wake up to cozy entertainment. Wake up to Michigan's Thumb Coast. Plan your perfect wake-up call using bluewater.org.
CJ's Bar and Grill keeps the kitchen open until 1 a.m. and it gives you a 10% discount for wearing Prowlers gear on a home game day. It's the perfect place for all of your post-game celebrations. Prowlers and Bobcats looking for the early edge in this series, tied up at 3 goals apiece. With under 4 to go in regulation, Port Huron with 56 seconds left on a 5-on-4 power play. They've already scored a power play goal tonight. Game 1 so crucial in a best of 3. And Port Huron will start it up all the way from their own end. It's Federley. Stepping out, giving to his right. Graham floats it to Hakala. Tap to Johnson as Graham going to net. Johnson with a shot blocked by the sliding Erickson. Stuckless grabs the puck. Played it to an area. Mercurio one-times at the length of the ice. 30 seconds left on this Prowlers power play. Dietrich leaves it for Larkin. That unit back out for Port Huron. Alexander wraps it all the way around. Dietrich couldn't skate into it. They get it down to Dietrich. Just hopped over his stick. Kept in at the line by Larkin. Over to Dietrich. Penalty time about to expire. Dietrich up top, Larkin. Almost out of the box. Larkin trying to force it on net. Bobcats with an odd man rush chance. But Gallagher had it knocked off his stick by Larkin. And the Prowlers got back in numbers. That was Price, who was stride for stride with Alvo, who's going down the other way. Bodies flying as Larkin skates up slowly. Gets the red line and tosses it in deep. St. Pierre taken in by Hakala. Hakala has the puck. Hakala spinning away. R2 Hakala around to Graham. Graham looking, slid it towards the front of the net. James all the way through for Favaro. Lockney looking, backdoor play, couldn't find Hakala. Graham on it now. Up top, Favaro just kept it in with his skate. Sets it down low. It's tossed out all the way down. And this will go for icing against the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Well, we invite you to tune in to our next broadcast. That will be Friday, April the 17th. Prowlers will be hosting the Bobcats for Game 2 of this series. Puck drop is scheduled for 7:05 p.m. and the pregame show starts at 6:50. It's all right here on the PHP Network. Off the draw, quick shot by Price, missed off a skate. Bobcats able to toss it out softer this time, and it's kicked up into the stands by Brett Lockhart. If this one does go beyond regulation, we want you to stick around for the intermission report here on the PHP Network. We'll have highlights and analysis and more. That will all come from our studios back in Michigan. Under 2 minutes until we reach that possibility. Johnson. Let a pass ahead to Alexander. Wheels in. Ryan Alexander slams on the brakes. One hands it low. Price chasing after it. Price. Down low, Mercurio chased by DeCumbis. Now it's Rosenbaum. He steps out away from DeCumbis. 1:20 left to go in regulation, tied up at 3. Lockhart keeps it moving. Bucell pins it, and Johnson looks for an exit. Tossed it ahead, knocked down by Gallagher. Back the other way come the Bobcats, but hand pass called against Gallagher as Martin was the next one to touch it. Actually, pardon me, high stick is what they signal. 63 seconds separating us from overtime in game 1. Matt Graham and Daniel Martin for the most important face-off so far. Martin wins it back. Erickson retreats. Lead pass up to Martin. Kept it moving. Gallagher swings it around. Favaro couldn't play it. Bounces towards Cooper. And Larkin able to settle it down. Dangerous moments there. Larkin sends it out. Bobcats look to work back in. Batted over to the corner. 33 to go in regulation. Gallagher, Martin, up high, Erickson. Backpedals. Fed it down low towards Craig. Went through him. Hakala pins it on the boards. 18 to go. Hakala back to Favaro. Prowlers have Reggie Millet's line out there. Looking for one last rush. Hakala just tipped it into the offensive zone. 5 seconds left. Andrioli swung it around. Game 1 is going to overtime. This will be a full 20 minutes, 5-on-5 overtime. Now Alex Johnson having a chat with Denver Craig. Johnson led back to his tunnel, and we will get to our intermission report right here on the PHP Network. We will send it back to Brady Beaton back in our PHP Network studios for highlights and analysis. We'll also check in on the out-of-town scores, Binghamton and Topeka, the only other game going on here tonight. And we'll also look at the game stats from this one so far. It's all coming up right here on the PHP Network. What a game we have had. Bobcats have led 2-0 and 3-2. Prowlers have tied each time. And we get sudden death overtime in the playoffs just when you thought it couldn't get any better. And as you see the Prowlers heading to their dressing room to get set for the overtime. We'll take a break and send it back to our PHP Network studios. This is the Commissioner's Cup Playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Come on, guys, hop in. We're not getting in that thing. That thing's gross. Yeah, I wore my nice pants today. This thing could use a detail. Well, I don't know. Do you know anybody who could detail a boat? I think that guy could.
Hi, I'm Logan from Ballard's Detail. I can detail your boat. From oxidized and faded to smooth and glossy, our professional compounding and waxing process will get your boat looking new again. Contact us today at 810-956-8318. Visit us on Facebook at Ballard's Detail LLC.
SMR Automotive Systems is part of the Motherson Group and a proud community sponsor of the Port Huron Prowlers. We are one of the largest manufacturers of rearview mirrors for passenger vehicles in the world, with local plants in Port Huron and Marysville. We strive to support our local communities and have positions available for various abilities and experience. Find out more about who we are at smr-automotive.com.
Hello, I'm home.
There he is.
What is happening?
Relax. We won. They brought back the snack wrap. Spicy or ranch?
Spicy.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Just one little bite.
Can you stop?
Oh, sorry.
Gather your crew. The snack wrap is back.
This isn't working. LJ, pass me those flyers. No look behind the back pass. It's a whole play. I'll take. Come on. Gap up. Close the gap. Close the gap. What are we saying? This isn't working. We need a shift change. Let's bring in the professionals.
Head over to the Birchwood Mall for your shopping and entertainment needs. Hop on the carousel, shoot some hoops, or visit some of their great stores such as Gerlach's Woodworks, where they specialize in handcrafted wooden decorations. Add to your fan cave a Prowlers theme creation. Upgrade your bathroom at Luxury Bath Mobility Remodelers. They can fully customize your bath or shower to fit your needs, and they also do flooring. For the sports fan in your life, pick up a unique gift from Pro Edge Sports. Jam-packed with all kinds of memorabilia. There's something for everyone. And it's not a trip to the mall without Auntie Anne's pretzels. Grab a freshly made full-size cup of pretzel bites and wash it down with some frozen lemonade. At the Birchwood Mall, you can find this and more. Visit them on 24th Ave in Fort Gratiot.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi guys, we just stopped at Industrial Park Marathon to get some fuel and some snacks before the Prowlers game at McMorran.
Nice. Yeah, we just stopped by here at Industrial Park Marathon so I can get a Slurpee before the game.
Wait till after the game. If the Prowlers score 3 or more goals, Slurpees will be free.
Thanks for the info. I'm going to get my Slurpee after, but we'll see you at the Prowlers game.
See you at the game. Go Prowlers!
Yeah, I don't know about this one, fellas.
Boys, we don't overcome adversity by backing down. But yeah, I don't know about this one.
That's reassuring.
We're so screwed.
All right, boys. Here's a game plan. LJ, you start with bananas. B-Way?
Wait, why do I have to do the bananas?
Because you're the softest on the team.
I don't want the bananas.
This thing is gonna melt. We gotta hurry up.
I won't do it.
Okay, both of you. I will do the bananas and the whipped cream. Fets, please continue.
Who's paying for this anyway?
I am. I just bought my tickets for the Prowlers game this weekend, and the Milk House gave me 25% off my order.
Fets, why'd you buy the tickets? You're literally on the team.
For the discount.
So are you all ready to give it a try?
Oh, we're ready.
It's true. Get 25% off your entire order at the Milk House, October through April. Simply show your ticket stubs at checkout and enjoy your discounted treat.
Back here on the PHP Network, overtime in Game 1 of the Commissioner Cup playoffs between the Port Huron Prowlers and the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Folks, I know it's Wednesday night. Stay up with us. You will not regret it. It's been 60 fun minutes. We might have 20 more. We might have 40 more. We might have 2 minutes more. Who knows? Let's go look at the highlights to see what happened in regulation. Blue Ridge started it off with a bang. It was Nikita Kozarov that made it 1-0. This was just 57 seconds in, and I'm telling you what, win or lose, the MVP of this game might be Reed Cooper. I know Reggie has 2 goals. We'll get to them in a second, but this game could have been 3-0 early on, but Reed Cooper was sensational in this first period. Only gave up the 1 goal on 17 shots for Blue Ridge, as Port Huron had a few chances early in their 9 first period shots. That one pushed wide on a cross ice pass. But again, if you've been watching all game, this is the 3rd or 4th time you've seen these highlights, and they're worth watching 3 or 4 times because Reed Cooper was just that strong. I will reiterate, I will say until this team is done this year that Reed Cooper is an X factor in these playoffs, and I'm telling you what, every team that squares off against the Prowlers is going to know it. Again, save after save in that first period. It would be the Bobcats that strike first. A turnover in their own end led to a Denver Craig goal, a little deep from him out in front. 2-0 Blue Ridge, as the Prowlers would eventually get on the board. Bank shot off of Reggie Millette. Go to the net, good things happen. He's just parked right in front of the crease. Hits off his leg, goes in. Reggie Millette gets the Prowlers' first goal of these playoffs. 2-1 at this point, and again, sprawling all over the place is Reed Cooper. An absolutely dominant performance. Faced 44 total shots in regulation. He's done pretty darn well. Pass goes from the top of the crease across to Vinny DeCumbis. He buries it, and it's 2-2. Port Huron and Binghamton tied up. Actually missed the mark on Bobby Price. We knew he was aiming for 23 the whole way. You see the excitement and you see the emotion from the Port Huron Prowlers. Jamie Bussell trying to throw him over the top rope. The Royal Rumble was a couple months ago. Jamie doesn't care. Play goes on here in the 3rd period. Shot from the point, saved by Cooper once again. But once there was a penalty, Ben Brockway got a match penalty for a boarding here in a moment. And not there, but it was after that the Bobcats got a 5-minute extended power play. And then first, we get this unbelievable save. Reed Cooper is a magician. Unbelievable. Here you get it in Aiden vision. It hits his forearm and then has the wherewithal. It pins against the post, but moments later, it was Demen Podrazov that walked it up after a non-elbow call on Tim Organ. And it's 3-2 Blue Ridge in their barn. The final 13 minutes, and you're getting nervous. But it was on a delayed penalty for Port Huron that they would get an opportunity after it was all, or after they went up 3-2. But Reed Cooper still doing what he's done. He did not get a moment off in this game. He was flying all over the place. But this one is listed in the books as a Timothy Organ goal. I mean, that's very clearly Reggie Millette for his second of the game to tie it up at 3-3, and both sides would get chances as, again, it's Reggie Millette from the point. Maybe it was tipped out in front, but Reggie was not even listed on the score sheet. Yeah, everyone there knows, get those Reggie chants going, because he has 2 goals in this one. And if you're new to playoff hockey in the Fed, much like in other leagues, the 3-on-3 goes away. No 3-on-3, no shootout. That's why I'm here in the intermission instead of a 2-minute break in between, a full resurface. Very simple here between these two teams. Resurface, 20 minutes, 5-on-5, no gimmicks. Not like the Olympics, just right into it. Let's go, 5-on-5, play till someone scores. Whether it takes 30 seconds, 30 minutes, 3 more periods, doesn't matter. Next goal takes a Game 1 victory. And in case you didn't join us in that first intermission, the importance of winning Game 1 in a 3-game series. In 38 total series over the Fed's history of best of 3, the team that wins Game 1 goes on to win the series 28 out of those 38 times, a 74% mark. So that proves how important this next goal is. I mean, if you're Blue Ridge, that's the only game you're getting at home. You go to Port Huron, you're saying, let's get a split. Let's just get a split and we've got it. And then the pressure's on Port Huron. If Port Huron scores, if your Prowlers score, well, then it's the same thing for the Prowlers. Hey, we're going back to McMorran. We took care of Blue Ridge the 2 games we had here, and we're going to be just fine. But this next goal is going to be huge. Again, 5-on-5. So you don't have to worry about maybe a 3-on-3 where you get too deep in the zone and then it creates a counterattack and then you end up giving up the goal. But listen, it comes down to this in playoff hockey. I know it's late. We're past 10 o'clock on a Wednesday. The kids are probably in bed. But Mom, Dad, you got to let them stay up. Listen, they might struggle a little bit in social studies in the morning. It's okay. You only get playoff overtime hockey so often. This is a special exception, and I know there's a couple parents out there whose kids are begging them right now that, you might not be happy with me, but trust me, these are the moments you wait for. Hey, game number 27, you maybe make them go to bed. Game 1 of the playoffs, no. You got to stay up. Hey, grab the caffeine, any energy drink you need, but I'll tell you what, overtime playoff hockey is one of those things that is unmatched in anything else in sports. It gives you that energy. Your heart rate's going to be bumping the whole way. Listen, I talked about it from the first intermission, right? I talked about how playoff hockey is just so crucial, how you're hanging on every turn. Blue Ridge goes up 2-0, and you're so excited, and all of a sudden you're getting worried that there might not be that much time left. The boys battle back. They make it 2-2. And then Blue Ridge scores on what can be called a debatable call and a miss. But now it's time for overtime. 1 goal, 1 bounce can make the difference between either coming back to McMorran with a 1-0 lead ready to win a series and get another crack at the Empire Division Finals, or 1 wrong bounce for the Prowlers, and now you're looking at back up against the wall, you're on the ropes, and you're fighting for your life over the next 120 minutes of hockey. I don't know if we'll have a minute. I don't know if we'll have another 60 minutes of hockey, but I'll tell you what, you will have Will Wiggleman in Prowler hockey when we come back 3-3 after regulation. We go to overtime here on the PHP Network.
Welcome to the new era of Prowlers hockey. New owner, new store, new horn, fire, projectors on the ice. Yeah, this isn't your dad's McMorran experience. This is Prowlers hockey. Get your tickets for the show now at phprowlers.com/tickets.
Keep up with your Prowlers all season long on social media. Follow us on Facebook at the Port Huron Prowlers, Instagram at PH Prowlers, and Twitter at PH Prowlers. And you can find more information on our website, phprowlers.com.
Playoff overtime is on deck here in Wytheville. Prowlers and the Bobcats getting set to go just about 4 minutes from now. And we are so excited to bring it to you right here on the PHP Network. Will Wiggleman staying up late with you. But this is not the only game going on in the FPHL's first round of the Commissioner's Cup playoffs tonight. Let's take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard presented by Love After Hours Boutique and Boudoir. Binghamton Black Bears are handling the Topeka Scarecrows right now, 4-1 out in Topeka. They're about midway through period 3. CJ Stubbs from Austin Durazio and Ivan Bondarenko ×2 has put the Black Bears up 4-0. Both of those power play goals. So Binghamton with 3 power play goals. Stephen Klink came back with a short-handed marker shortly after that. And that got the Scarecrows on the board, but still a big hill to climb for Topeka if they're to steal their home game before heading to one of the toughest places in the FPHL to play, Visions Veterans Memorial Arena. Of course here, 3-3, Prowlers and Bobcats. This is what we've all been waiting for. Playoff hockey, playoff overtime. There is literally not a thing better than playoff overtime. And again, we are so excited to bring it to you here on the PHP Network. Use code Prowlers15 for 15% off at Love After Hours, our sponsor for the out-of-town scoreboard. Let's also take a look at the Gunther Graphics game stats for this one so far. Shots heavily favoring Blue Ridge. Reed Cooper has been the Prowlers' best player all night long, and he kept them in the game time and time and time again, and that is why it's still 3-3, each team with a power play goal, including the one from Demid Podrazov, which was very controversial, as seconds before Podrazov scored, Tim Morgan got elbowed in the head by Justin Daly, and that's not even to mention the Ben Brockway penalty that certainly could have been called a 2, if not nothing, but they decide to make it a 5. Prowlers down to 5 defensemen for the rest of this one. As the referees hit the ice, we are 90 seconds away from playoff overtime. Take a look at the all-time playoff records for these teams. This is the first time in Blue Ridge Bobcats franchise history that they go beyond 60 minutes in the postseason. Did not at all last year when they made the playoffs for the first time. Prowlers are 1-3 in overtime in the playoffs. They won a first-round series against the Danville Dashers with Matt Robertson scoring the game winner in Game 1 of that one back in 2018. And then they've given up overtime goals in 3 straight playoff overtimes, and all 3 of those ended their season, and all of them in Winston-Salem. 3 straight years, 2023, 2020, or 2022, 2023, and 2024. Nobody will be going home tonight, but somebody will be in the driver's seat. Austin Federley and Reggie Millette follow the group out there. Group that was led out by Reed Cooper. But he's getting set in the goal crease, 2 hour left. 40 saves on 43 shots for Cooper. Anthony Schrum getting set in the goal crease down to our right, 19 saves on 22 Prowler shots. What can you say? Game 1 of this Commissioner's Cup playoffs goes the distance. Love After Hours overtime. Prowlers After Hours begins in moments. Millette, Dietrich, Bucell, Larkin, and Favaro to start for Port Huron. Martin, Gallagher, Craig, Erickson, and Lavak for Blue Ridge. Overtime in game number 1 is underway. Robin Erickson. One hands the puck out of his end. And it's Larkin that takes over. Gave it away. Here comes Gallagher. Working in. Diving poke by Millette. Martin tried to feed it in front for Gallagher. That didn't work. Larkin moves it ahead to Bucell. Erickson got it to Gallagher. Erickson, Dietrich exchanging shoves behind the play. Puck comes back towards them. Erickson settles it down. Tried to force it up the boards. Martin kept it moving for Craig. Played it to an area. DeCumbis coming all the way back for it, fresh off the bench. Bobcats get their next line out there. It's Mike Mercurio's line. DeCumbis, who scored the tying goal in the second period that made it 2-2. Is it back to Lockhart? Tipped in by Price. Let's go Bobcats chance from the faithful here in Wytheville. That one hit the linesman. Actually, it hit somebody on the Prowler bench. So they blow it dead, and a face-off will be, I think they're deciding on that now. That's an important decision. Face-off will be inside the Bobcats' territory. Minute 6 gone in overtime. Matt Graham's line is out there against Stuckless. Puck dropped, moved around the boards. It's Daly. Pitched ahead, out of the zone. Organ, D to Johnson. Johnson gets the red line. Federley tips it through for Graham. Graham to the middle, Johnson. Now Lockney peels off to the boards. Up high, Federley, let it go. Tipped over top of the net. Lockney tried to get it to Graham, just missed him. And Andrew really sends Daly on his way. Daly works in, moves back to the neutral zone. Bobcats are in the midst of a change. Now Dietrich with a steal and a step. Dietrich shoots off of Alvo's stick and up out of play. We'll get another face-off down in Blue Ridge's end. There was the chance earlier. Lockney ended up just taking that puck and peeling away, and the shot came through from Federley, tipped over top of the net by Matt Graham. Off this drop, Erickson to Craig. Rink-wide feed on the stick of Levac. Tossed in. Bucell bounces it right back out. Larkin with it. Chased by Craig. D-to-D pass. Dangerous to Lockhart. Millette kept it moving for Bucell. Had to stop for it. Try to send it back through. Levac, the other direction, tosses it into the Prowler end. Reverse to Larkin. Larkin has some skating room. Bucell one-handed it into the offensive end. They tried to stretch it on for Craig. Blocked by Dietrich. Dietrich couldn't dance through Radchenko. Martin. Hands off for Gallagher. Gallagher on his backhand. Tied up in the corner now with Alexander. Larkin able to one-hand it along. St. Pierre down the boards, goes all the way around. Radchenko at the top. Brister off a stick, and it flies out of play over the protective netting, and hopefully didn't break anything. Well, the coaching staff, led by Matt Graham and Chris Paulin and Alex Johnson, they talked a lot this season about playoff overtime mentality at all times. This is why you do it. Just under 3 minutes gone in overtime. Mercurio and Graham on the face-off. Both benches certainly shortened. We'll see some interesting line combinations on both sides as Mercurio gave it over. Quick shot blocked by Johnson. Puck loose, grabbed by DeCumbis. All 5 Bobcats were back. DeCumbis battling with Alvo. Kazirev slid it ahead to Petrezov. Graham chopped it away. Mercurio kept it in, but actually he did not. All the Prowlers raise their arms up in the air, and the linesman agreed. We'll get another face-off here. Hakela, Bucell, and Federley, this line for Port Huron. We'll go against Daly, Andrioli, and Stuckless. Stuckless won it back. Alvo couldn't get it deep. Lockhart took a spill as he tried to get it out. Organ is able to get it out of his own end. Now Rosenbaum at the red line. Soft toss was blocked by Organ. They try and stretch it ahead, but Daly sends it back into the Prowler zone. Rosenbaum moves it to his left. Alvo to Daly, trying to send Stuckless to the net. He had a step. Prowlers negated that. Pass to Millette was in the air, and icing called against Port Huron. 16-13 left in overtime. And a big chance for the Bobcats, an offensive zone face-off, and a mixed line out there for Port Huron. Lockhart and Federley still stuck out there. Favaro, Millette, and Hakela are more fresh. Actually, Hakela still stuck out there as well. But Millette and Favaro are the fresher Prowlers. Millette will draw against Martin. Tied up, Craig to the top. Wrist shot, blockered by Cooper and up out of play. May have caught the knob of Cooper's stick. If your heart isn't pounding right now, make sure it's beating at all. The next goal will put a team up 1-0 and send a team with its back to the wall. Gallagher lined up at the top of the circle behind Martin. He draws against Dietrich. Dietrich won it back. Larkin wheeling the net, harassed by Craig. Millette back for Dietrich. Dietrich wheels in. Dietrich steps around his man. Around the net, tried the wrap, save Schrum. Dietrich up to Millette, and that shot blocked on the way through by Hlavak. Millette on it again, to the point. Larkin backpedals, floats it through, and caught in the bread basket by Schrum. Philip Hlavak feeling the effects of that block shot. See him there just now making his way back to his bench. There's a chance for Dietrich as he tried to wrap it around. Schrum got there, and Lucas Lockney was driving, and then the shot from Millette ended up hitting Hlavak. It had a chance. Off this draw. Tied up. Wrapped around near side. Favaro pinches in. Battles with Kazirev. They get it down low to Nick Favaro. Knocked off his stick. Near side, Alexander waits for it. Alexander low to high. Favaro back down low. DeCumbus grabs it on the other side, working in the corner. DeCumbus around the net with a sharp angle try. Shouldered away by Schrum as he sealed the post. Kazirev couldn't toss it out. DeCumbus gets it right back deep. Fresh bodies spill off the Prowler bench. Radchenko has some space to skate. Radchenko gets the red line. Dumps it in and hustles after it. Organ ahead to Federley. Popped out for Favaro. Sends Graham on his way. Graham dangles. Loose puck. Federley! Oh, couldn't get it to go! Alvo to Daly, and Federley cut him off. Now Alex Johnson. Off the near side boards, looking for Graham. Stuckless. Taken away by Johnson. Johnson backpedals. Lead pass to Hakela. He claps it around. We played 5 minutes and 50 seconds of overtime. Stuckless to his left to Alvo. Into Andrioli. Long shot. Fought off by Cooper. Millette had it go off his stick. Cooper for Lockhart. Ahead to Bucell. Now Larkin goes to Millette at the red line. Puts it right in, hard off the back wall, and dangerous carom out in front. Snuffed out by Anthony Schrum. We'll take a break. 13:42 left in overtime number 1. And we are still looking for a result. This is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs, presented by Prepper 12 Irish Whiskey.
This isn't working. LJ, pass me those flyers. No look behind the back pass. It's a whole play. LJ, come on. Gap up. Close the gap. Close the gap. What are we saying? This isn't working. We need a shift change. Let's bring in the professionals.
Hello, I'm home.
There he is.
What is happening? Relax. We won. They brought back the snack wrap. Spicy or ranch?
Spicy.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Just one little bite. Can you stop? Oh, sorry.
Gather your crew. Snack Wrap is back.
Back here in Wytheville, we have played 6 minutes and 18 seconds of sudden death overtime. We're still tied at 3 in game 1. Puck is down. The Prowlers still have that Alexander Price to Cumbus line. That's had success in this game. Out there, Craig. He will chip it past Favaro. Here comes Craig, sharp angle, all the way around. Craig looking for a passing option. Hands it off, shot on goal, blocked by Alexander. Tecumseh couldn't move with it. Craig, Jimmy shakes up high, Lavaka drive. That hit something and stayed in play. Here comes Tecumseh up towards Price. Right on goal, ends up on the near side. Alexander behind the net. Federley takes over there. Federley cycles down. Lockney looking for it on the other side. Poked it up top. Johnson quickly on goal. Federley a shot. That was blocked. May have been stopped by Schrum. Actually, no, he hit Lavak, who has his second block shot of this extra session. Here comes Lockney with Graham, 2-on-1. Lockney shoots, knocked down, rebound, Graham, another save, Schrum. Lavak is hobbled. Johnson, Lockney turns and fires. That goes off the glass. Mercurio just gets it out. Remember, period of the long change here, so Lavak can't get off. Lockney off the glass. Prowlers getting a full change. Here comes Mercurio. Left wing side, Mercurio dances in. Oregon lost it, centering for Kazirev. Shut down by Cooper. The biggest save of the game. Reed Cooper, one-on-one against Nikita Kazirev, and he keeps it going. Oh my, almost a blunder. The Prowlers turned it over. Kazirev all alone in front, and Cooper somehow diving out, selling out on Nikita Kazirev. Able to make a gigantic save. Overtime continues. Alexander wins the puck back. Favaro to Tecumseh. Trying to find a passing option, takes a check. Bobcats take back over, but the pass is behind Mercurio. Johnson for Favaro. Sent ahead. St. Pierre tries to bounce it out, could not. Tecumseh keeps on moving. St. Pierre now. Lost it to Alexander. Tecumseh pulls it off the boards with a shot kicked out. Rebound just bounced past Alexander. Lockhart floats it across. Here comes Larkin. Outside try, gobbled up by Schrum. Ryan Alexander was a puck sitting flat away from his first pro goal and an overtime winner. Here's that last shot from Larkin. Prowlers get the offensive zone draw here. Dietrich and Stuckless on the face-off. Stuckless won it back. Here's Alvo. Up to Daly off his stick. Try to find Stuckless too far in front. Stuckless knocked down. No arm is up in the air, except in the stands. Alvo wheels around his net. Chased by Dietrich. Alvo harassed. Gets into the offensive zone. Plays it off the end wall, and Cooper covers up. And he'll get a whistle and a face-off. And now Alvo getting into it with a couple of members of the Prowlers defense. Played 9 minutes and 3 seconds of bonus hockey. Shots in this overtime favoring the Prowlers 11-3 right now, they're saying. And Port Huron has come alive in the extra session. Graham and Martin on the draw. Graham won it back. Johnson up towards Lockney, kicked off his skate. Craig, Martin, turnaround try, slipped wide along the ice. Johnson skates out with it. Johnson wraps the puck all the way around. Lockney and Radchenko waiting for it. Hakala lost it. Radchenko spinning on Lockney, popped it out to the middle of the ice. Johnson there, gave it over to Lockhart. Walks in with a shot that's blocked by Erickson. Martin tries the home run pass. Glove down by Lockhart. He played it over to the far side. Gallagher couldn't chip it past Organ. Lobbed back in, it lands behind Schrum. Organ puts it again into Bobcats territory. Actually, that puck ended up going over the glass, out of play, and fan was not paying attention. Hope that fan is all right down there. Right in the dome, and I think he'll get to go home with the puck at least. Face-off will be just outside the Prowlers' end, 7 seconds away from reaching a time when we could get a second media timeout. St. Pierre wheels around the net. St. Pierre slid it ahead to Kazirev. Pavaro and Kazirev come together behind the Prowler net. Mercurio hands it off. St. Pierre tried to slip it down low, taken away by Larkin. He sends DeCumbus up. Vinny DeCumbus slams on the brakes, curls off of St. Pierre. DeCumbus around the net, looking for an option. Fed it through the blue paint. And he had two players there, but they were both tied up. Petrezov at his dump hit Johnson. Johnson slams it off the glass and out. Loose puck grabbed by St. Pierre. Daly tried to get it to Andrioli. Stepped up by Organ. Made that an adventure. Puck still bouncing. Finally, Andrioli able to take control. Here comes Stuckless. Back to Andrioli. And Graham lifted his stick. Johnson, stretch pass. Goes all the way down on Schrum, and he'll keep it moving for Erickson. Andrioli through neutral ice. Into the Prowler end. Had it taken away. Here comes Larkin. Prowlers working in. Larkin cuts. Looks, shoots off a stick. And up out of play. Fans looking for a penalty as Justin Daly went down behind the play. But they will not get one. See if we can get another look at that before we head to our next TV timeout. Watch Daly. Oh, right there. May have caught a stick to the face, but stays 5-on-5. When we come back, this is the Commissioner's Cup playoffs presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, fellas.
Boys, we don't overcome adversity by backing down. But yeah, I don't know about this one.
That's reassuring.
We're so screwed.
All right, boys, here's the game plan. LJ, you start with bananas. B-Way?
Wait, why do I have to do the bananas?
Because you're the softest on the team.
I don't want the bananas.
This thing is gonna melt. We gotta hurry up.
I won't do it.
Okay, both of you. I will do the bananas and the whipped cream. Fets, please continue.
Who's paying for this anyway?
I am. I just bought my tickets for the Prowlers game this weekend, and the Milkhouse gave me 25% off my order.
Fets, why'd you buy the tickets? You're literally on the team.
For the discount.
So are you all ready to give it a try?
Oh, we're ready.
It's true. Get 25% off your entire order at the Milkhouse, October through April. Simply show your ticket stubs at checkout and enjoy your discounted treat.
Keep up with your Prowlers all season long on social media. Follow us on Facebook at the Port Huron Prowlers, Instagram at PH Prowlers, and Twitter at PH Prowlers. And you can find more information on our website, phprowlers.com.
Back here in Virginia, 8:41 left to go in overtime. If you are just joining us from the Black Bears and Scarecrows game or just saw the score and wanted to tune in, this is how it happened. The Bobcats went up 2-0 with a goal in the first and a goal in the second. Prowlers tied it before the end of the middle frame. And then the Bobcats and Prowlers each scored in the third. Port Huron getting the game-tying goal from Reggie Millette, his second of the game. And that is where we stand. Prowlers have not led in this game. Here's Dietrich wheeling in. Dietrich shoots, knocked down by Schrum. Rebound cleared away, kept it at the line. Back on goal, knocked down by Erickson. Dietrich wheels, spins it down low. Bobcat went tumbling. Millette swung and missed at the pass from Lockney. Diving play by Lockhart didn't work. Phil Cooper plays it behind his net to Alex Johnson. Lead pass, Alexander. Ryan Alexander right up the gut. Price bangs it down deep. Alexander trying to get back to it along with Erickson. Zakumbis in there as well. Martin pitches it out. Bobcats looking for a change. Larkin looking for a quick up. Goes D to Favaro. The Mercurio line out there now for Blue Ridge. Larkin takes it in calmly and tosses it in deep. Prowlers now have the Graham line spilling on. St. Pierre gave it ahead to Podrazov. Graham tried to push it back to his defense. Kazirev, St. Pierre, Mercurio, the shot! Stopped by Cooper, rebound loose! And Cooper gets on top of it for a whistle. Another great chance in this overtime. Both teams have had great opportunities, and this time it's the Bobcats on a rush. Mike Mercurio elected to shoot. Cooper bobbled it for just a moment, but was able to get back to it and cover. It's still tied. Face off to Cooper's left. Graham won it back. Favaro. Long lead pass looking for Hakala. Missed him, and that's an icing. The Prowlers tried to stretch it out. Blue Ridge switching to the Stuckless line for this face-off. They also get Erickson and Alvo out there. Have not seen much of Philip Plavak in this overtime. Alvo's shot blocked off the back wall. Centering feed in front, it bounces in! And the Bobcats take game one on a Nick Stuckless overtime winner. Stuckless tried to sweep it in front. It hit something and found its way in. Bounces, so important this time of year. See if we can get a better look here. May have hit a Prowler skate, but the Bobcats goals leader gets it done, and Blue Ridge will head to McMorran Place with a 1-0 series lead, and Port Huron will have to win both at home to advance. Oh, but it's being challenged. Hang on one moment. I do not know what they are challenging, but they have announced here in the building that there is a challenge coming. Let's see if we can look at that replay and see what might be involved in the challenge. Could it be a kicking motion? Not sure what this challenge would be regarding. I don't know if it's goaltender interference. Did Suckless back into Cooper and interfere with him? I don't see it there. I guess they're just reviewing it because it's an overtime goal. I don't believe this one will come back, but I've been surprised before. They continue to chat over by the scorer's table. And indeed, it is confirmed a good goal. And the Bobcats will take a 1-0 series lead up to Michigan. We will see you there on Friday night, 7:05 p.m. and 6:50 pregame right here on the PHP Network. But hey, fans, your Prowlers need you for game number 2. They need your support. They need you to be loud. They need to win 2 games at home. They need to be on the ice on Saturday. So be sure to get there early. Cheer them on. Get your tickets now at phprowlers.com/tickets. As the Prowlers fall short here tonight in game number 1. They fall to 1-4 all time in the playoffs. Bobcats win their first ever Commissioner's Cup playoff overtime game. I'll stick around. Post-game show is next here on the PHP Network. We'll send it back to Brady Beaton in our PHP Network studios with highlights and analysis, final game stats, locker room reaction, and more. It's all coming up right here on the PHP Network. That is next. Stick around for all of that. We'll hear from Prowlers Associate Head Coach Chris Paulin and our Gunther Graphics Player of the Game. Well, that's all coming up next. And we send it back to Brady Beaton in our PHP Network studios. This is the Commissioner's Cup Playoffs, presented by Proper 12 Irish Whiskey.
Are you sick of asking somebody else to live your own life? I'm Josh with the Franchise Guys. If you're ready to quit your job or build your empire, I'll help you trim down my 800 franchise brand partnerships down to a few that fit you, fit your goals, and fit your budget. With options from senior care to airplane detailing, there's an opportunity for you. Owning a franchise can have up to a 90% success rate. That's better than job security. With the systems and support of a franchise, you won't be making all those costly mistakes as you would if you started your own business from scratch. And with options as low as $6,000 to get your own job-replacing business, there's no better option for you than to book a free call with me and my team. Visit GoFranchiseGuys.com. Stop dreaming about a better life and go live it.
Come party where the Prowlers party at Hamlin Pub, with 10 locations including locally in St. Clair, Richmond, and Chesterfield. Hamlin Pub is the best place for your hangout. Watch the Prowlers or your other favorite sports teams on their mini screens throughout the pub and get your weekend going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday. Come party like the Prowlers at Hamlin Pub.
Hey, Spike, my hip meds are costing a fortune. My humans are stressed, and they're pretending it's fine.
You're not alone, Max. My humans are cutting back on my flea and tick meds.
Ugh, tell me about it. My thyroid pills were draining the kibble fund until we found Global Pharmacy Plus.
Online stores? Are they actually cheaper?
Way cheaper. They save my humans 40% or more compared to those other big online sites.
My humans can finally afford on premium treats again!
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi guys, we just stopped at Industrial Park Marathon to get some fuel and some snacks before the Prowlers game at McMorran.
Nice. Yeah, we just stopped by here at Industrial Park Marathon so I can get a Slurpee before the game.
Wait till after the game. If the Prowlers score 3 or more goals, Slurpees will be free.
Thanks for the info. I'm going to get my Slurpee after, but we'll see you at the Prowlers game.
See you at the game. Go Prowlers!
Yeah, I don't know about this one, fellas.
Boys, we don't overcome adversity by backing down. But yeah, I don't know about this one.
That's reassuring.
We're so screwed.
All right, boys. Here's the game plan. LJ, you start with bananas.
Wait, why do I have to do the bananas?
Because you're the softest on the team.
I don't want the bananas.
This thing is gonna melt. We gotta hurry up.
I won't do it.
Okay, both of you. I will do the bananas and the whipped cream. Fets, please continue.
Who's paying for this anyway?
I am. I just bought my tickets for the Prowlers game this weekend, and the Milk House gave me 25% off my order.
Fets, why'd you buy the tickets? You're literally on the team.
For the discount.
So are you all ready to give it a try?
Oh, we're ready.
It's true. Get 25% off your entire order at the Milk House, October through April. Simply show your ticket stubs at checkout and enjoy your discounted treat.
Back here on the PHP Network post-game show, your Prowlers fall 4-3 in overtime. Nicholas Stuckless scores 12 minutes and 59 seconds into the overtime period. Let's take a look at how this game unfolded. We go all the way back to the first period when a minute in, it was Nikita Kozyrev that made it 1-0, 57 seconds into this game, and Blue Ridge would never trail in this one. Port Huron fought back valiantly, and Reed Cooper was absolutely outstanding. If you're just a box score watcher and see, oh, gave up 4 goals, Coop probably didn't play great. Don't get it twisted. Reed Cooper was absolutely on fire tonight. Made 45 of 49 saves, was absolutely incredible. Should have been 3-0 in all honesty. Reed Cooper, a thief of goals in that first period, all over the ice. Port Huron had some chances, but it was in the second when it was Denver Craig that made it 2-0, and Blue Ridge looked like they were rolling, but it was Reggie Millette that banked it in off of number 79, as he was just camped right out in front and off the left thigh of Millette right into the back of the net. Hey, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And Reggie had one to make it 2-1 Port Huron. And then the pass that went through Bobby Price found Vinny DeCumbis, who then postmarked it for the back of the net. DeCumbis tickles the twine, and it is now 2-2 at this point, just in the final minute of the second period. Going into the third, it was Jamie Bussell throwing the body weight around a little bit. And hey, that's how the Prowlers play. Reed Cooper, again, all over. I cannot say enough great things about how Coop played tonight. Absolutely stellar. That's what you need from your goaltender in the playoffs. But Sherman played well for Blue Ridge as well. He made some tough stops in this one. Hits all over the ice. Again, both these teams play a very similar style, a very physical style of hockey. And here was an unbelievable save by Cooper. Maybe one of the best you'll see this year. Maybe one of the best in Prowlers history. As here's a couple looks at it. The unfortunate part, and the reason why it won't be as fondly remembered, because that is as circus of a save as you're going to get, is because this was the ensuing play on a no call on an elbow, walked right up, and Coop couldn't make the second save. So it leaves a little bitterness in the mouth after what was an absolutely highlight reel save. I dare you to go find a save this week that was better than what Cooper just did. But another guy in space, and it was Demid Podrezov that made it 3-2. Port Huron battling, as they always do. Reed Cooper undeterred, but Reggie Millette from the point puts it on net. And again, I don't know why it's listed as Tim Organ. That is very clearly Reggie Millette, his second of the night. Tied it at 3, and that would be the final goal in regulation. Look at him, set up camp. He said, all right, no one's going to come challenge me? Well, fine, I'll put it on net. And the excitement made it 3-3. As Port Huron and Blue Ridge were battling, and this is when tensions really were raised. This is when everyone's sitting on the edge of the seat, holding their breath. Both sides had chances. Both goalies would stand tall. Sherman there kept them out. And Reed Cooper in overtime now, making some big saves. I mean, come on. He's put out on an island to dry, and it doesn't matter. He still makes some saves that are just absolutely highlight reel worthy. Again, I know he gave up 4 goals. They asked everything and more, and Blue Ridge had to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Reed Cooper, but eventually Nicholas Stuckless on a wraparound or a turnaround backhand would trickle one by Reed Cooper, and heartbreak for the Prowlers as an absolutely just battle between these two. But again, hey, I talked about it last week with Will. The difference between winning and losing in the playoffs is that much. There's one play there, one play here. And you can go back and with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm sure you can find a half dozen examples of Blue Ridge saying we never should have been in overtime, that it should have been over before. And you can probably find a half dozen or more examples of the Prowlers saying, man, if only. But that's what the Prowlers are going to have to do. They're going to have to pack up, they have to have short memories, get on the bus, go back to Port Huron, and get ready for a game where they're going to play for their lives. Take a break, come back, wrap up this in the studio, take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, take a look at the final game stats, and more. Don't go anywhere. We're here on the Port Huron Prowlers postgame show right here on the PHP Network.
Hockey is like a business. One missed pass can derail the perfect plan. Have Taft Consulting help you get your whole team on the same page. They have the expertise to help you follow through on all your goals. Find out how they can help you today by emailing taftconsulting@outlook.com.
Hello, I'm home.
There he is.
What is happening?
Relax. We won. They brought back the snack wrap. Spicy or ranch?
Spicy.
Go. Yeah. Just one little bite. Can you stop? Oh, sorry.
Gather your crew. Snack Wrap is back.
SMR Automotive Systems is part of the Motherson Group and a proud community sponsor of the Port Huron Prowlers. We are one of the largest manufacturers of rearview mirrors for passenger vehicles in the world, with local plants in Port Huron and Marysville. We strive to support our local communities and have positions available for various abilities and experience. Find out more about who we are at smr-automotive.com.
Is that him?
Look over there. It's Bob. Wow, just look at that hair. Ever since he started getting his stuff from Global, the guy's unstoppable.
So that's what confidence can do?
That's just not fair.
Oh my goodness, it's Bob! Bob! Bob!
Give me the phone. I'm calling Global Pharmacy Plus for myself.
This isn't working. LJ, pass me those flyers. No look behind the back pass. It's a hope play. I'll take. Come on. Gap up. Close the gap. Close the gap. What are we saying? This isn't working. We need a shift change. Let's bring in the professionals.
What's more authentic than a Hungry Howie's Detroit-style pizza? Nothing. We're not playing around with the pizza of our birthplace. Thick crust, cheese to the edge, sauce on the top. Where it belongs. We've seen a lot of fakes out there. Not here. This is authentic Detroit-style pizza. Order yours now online for $12.99. We sauce the top and rep for the 313 everywhere. We do bold. Hungry Howie's.
Back here on the PHP Network, your Prowlers fall in overtime. Just under 13 minutes in, Stuckless scores for Blue Ridge. 4-3 defeat in Game 1. Let's take a look at the final game stats in this one. And I'll tell you what, if the Prowlers want to find a way to come back in Game 2, they're going to have to limit the shots. Can't give up almost 50 shots in a game and expect to win this one. Hey, Reed Cooper was awesome, but you don't want to put all that on his shoulders. They're expecting a better effort in their own end on Friday. They have to be better. Otherwise, there won't be a Saturday or a next round. They have to be. That's the biggest thing that stands out in this one. Those are our Gunther Graphics game stats. As we move on, let's take a look at our Love After Hours Boutique and Boudoir out-of-town scoreboard. Just the one score, as the Scarecrows made it look a little more aesthetically pleasing. That third goal came in the final minute. So it was 4-2. Black Bears had them pretty well covered, and then the Scarecrows scored late to make it a bit interesting. I'm not going to hold my breath that Topeka can win 2 games out in Vision's Veterans in Binghamton. So that's our out-of-town scoreboard. And folks, Game 1 goes to Blue Ridge, and I talked about it all broadcast long. Puts you at about only 26% of teams that go down. It's 38 best-of-3 series. Only 10 times the team that lost Game 1 came back to win the series. So what does that mean? It means that we need you out there on Friday. That I talked about the littlest differences between winning and losing. And what that can be is, hey, you and a group of 5 people come out. The barn's just a little louder. Maybe there's a miscommunication. Maybe there's just something else, a little more electricity in the air. And you think, it's just something that's a figure of speech. I'll tell you what, it makes a big difference. You see the light in those guys' eyes when they come out and there's 2,000 plus at McMorran Arena. It makes a big difference. If you've been to one, if you've been to all 28 home games, if you haven't been to a Prowlers game this year, you're guaranteed one more. Now, I hope there's a lot more, but you're guaranteed one more game. Friday night, 7:05 at McMorran Arena. Nowhere else to be. Help keep your Prowlers season alive. We'll take our final break, come back. We'll have our Gunther Graphics Player of the Game, our Schultz Roofing coaching interview, and more. Don't go anywhere. Have all that more when we return right here on the PHP Network Postgame Show.
Welcome to the new era of Prowlers hockey. New owner, new store, new horn, fire, projectors on the ice. Yeah, this isn't your dad's McMorran experience. This is Prowlers hockey. Get your tickets for the show now at phprowlers.com/tickets.
Keep up with your Prowlers all season long on social media. Follow us on Facebook at the Port Huron Prowlers, Instagram at PH Prowlers, and Twitter at PH Prowlers. And you can find more information on our website, phprowlers.com.
Here on Prowlers Hockey, it's presented by Proper It's a shot for Port Huron Prowlers. We're welcoming back one final time here to Wytheville as the Blue Ridge Bobcats, on the strength of a Nick Stuckless overtime winner, took Game 1 of this best-of-3 series from the Port Huron Prowlers. And Port Huron had to battle back from deficits, put themselves in a hole early in the game, and were in that hole for much of the contest and battled back from deficits of 2-0 and 3-2 to tie and even get themselves to overtime. And then they ended up falling tonight, again by a final of 4-3. I spoke with our Gunther Graphics player of the game, Jamie Bussell. I'm here with tonight's Gunther Graphics player of the game, Jamie Bussell, following Game 1 against the Blue Ridge Bobcats. You guys kind of dug yourselves a hole in that first period. How'd you climb out of it?
Yeah, just didn't come out strong in the first, but first and a little bit in the second, but I think the third and overtime, we really dug down deep and started playing Prowler hockey and stuff. And, I think it showed in everything. I think, for the most part of the third and into overtime, I think we were the better hockey team, and, unfortunate that we weren't able to pull it out, but, it's gonna give us some fuel.
What's your message to the fans back home who are ready to invade McMorran Place?
Just be ready. It's going to be loud. I know the fans are going to be loud, so we're asking you to be loud and everything. And I'm not asking. Shouldn't say asking. You guys don't need to worry. This group is very special here, so we're going to use this as fuel, and we're going to be ready to come home on Friday night.
What does this group look like with their backs against the wall?
You'll see what we're made of.
That's Jamie Bussell, our Gunther Graphics player of the game.
Thanks, Will.
Jamie Bussell started to walk away from me and then decided to stay there for a moment, but I'd already committed to just signing off without him. So that was our first interview with Jamie Bussell, and I had a different selection for our Gunther Graphics player of the game, but the coaching staff thought that Bussell really earned that title, and that's why we ended up going with Bussell, and I believe his name was mentioned in my next interview with Prowlers Associate Head Coach Chris Paulin. Here with Prowlers Associate Head Coach Chris Paulin on the Schultz Roofing coaches interview following Game 1 against the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Coach, you guys were in a hole in that first period. They seemed to start quicker than you. What'd you see there?
Exactly that. I thought they started quicker than us. I thought Coop kept us in the game early. I think they started like they were playing at home in a playoff game, and they were excited and they were hungry, and I think we sat back a little bit. Didn't execute well. The wing play in the defensive zone, not good enough early in that game. I thought it got better as it went, but not good enough, and we dug ourselves a little hole there.
How'd you dig yourselves out of that hole, at least originally, and getting those 2 tying goals?
Executing.
Physical battle is always a big thing that's talked about in playoff hockey. Who do you think won the physical battle tonight?
I thought Blue Ridge dominated for 2 periods, maybe a period and a half, and then I thought we started to pick it up, and I thought Jamie Bussell revitalized this team like he's done all season with his leadership. Some of his physicality was the spark this group needed. I was really proud of him and not surprised at all.
What were your thoughts on the Ben Brockway penalty?
I'm going to have to take a look before I see it again. I think that was, I know Brock, and I know he was going to hit and pin there. I know the guy went into the boards and didn't miss a shift, but he did lay on the ice. They made a good show out of it for sure, and it doesn't seem like he's hurt because he did continue to play the rest of the game. The ref said they saw him drive him into the wall. I would have to look at it to comment on that. I thought the referees have a tough job out there. I think they wanted that one back in the 5-minute major when the guys are playing their asses off to kill a penalty, and Timmy gets clipped with an elbow off the puck. Interference, elbow, hit to the head. Timmy was shaken up. He battled. He was a warrior. We had to really limit his minutes down the stretch. But yeah, I think, like I said, it happens quick out there, and the refs wanted that one back. One thing I was disappointed about is the linesman saw it. I heard him say it was an elbow to the head, and he went and talked to the referees, and they said they had nothing on the ice. So, again, we control what we can control. Okay, the referees have a very difficult job, and they do their best. This group has an excellent opportunity now to go back home. We've said that we're the tightest knit group in the league all season, and this is the chance for these guys to prove it.
What do the Port Huron Prowlers look like with their backs against the wall?
We're going to find out.
That's Coach Paulin on the Schultz Roofing Coaches interview. Thank you.
You got it.
I like to ask the tough questions too. Prowler Associate Head Coach Chris Paulin there, and hopefully those of you who stuck around to the end of this broadcast got something meaningful out of that, because there were the controversial moments in this game, and really in that third period, the Brockway penalty coupled with the no call with Tim Organ getting clipped up high. We'll have to check on Organ's status going into Game 2 on Friday. Again, luckily these teams have a day off in between, but we need you there at McMorran Place Friday, April 17th. Puck drop scheduled for 7:05 p.m., but if you can't be there, watch it here on the PHP Network. Pregame show starts at 6:50. Well, that's going to do it for us here in Wytheville. So much thanks to go around to the entire crew. Christian Jackson and Andres High, Kyle Costin, and Liz Brown are running things back in our PHP Network studios. Aiden Bricker was acting as our second cameraman here and running a lot of our tech here as well. Sean Detve was on the graphics tonight. Once again, we need you at McMorran Place on Friday night. Make that place loud, make it raucous, and make the Prowlers have a chance to pick up a victory and stay in the fight. But we need everybody. Fill that building. Tickets are available at phprowlers.com/playoffs. But again, if you can't make it in, then you can see it right here on the PHP Network. For Brady Beaton and the entire crew, my name's Will Wiggleman. Thanks so much for starting your Commissioner's Cup playoffs journey with us here in 2026. We will see you next time on the PHP Network.
Thank you.